Hello.
Hey, man.
Hello.
Wow.
I love how serious our intro is.
And then we're like,
I know.
And then all of a sudden, oh my God, it's a bike
And then it's
with
us.
the microphone. Jesus.
sorry, sorry about my audio. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, slightly
I'm
echoey.
It's doing okay.
Slightly echoey, yeah, probably. Because I'm going through the virtual camera and it's just
It's okay. We've pre-established stuff. It's okay.
stuff. Yeah, let's go up here. Hey, George,
Especially
good
in
to
the
see you.
difference in audio levels, yes.
I can't
still
tell that
very,
you're
very low?
VTubing at all. You look so realistic.
I know, right?
Do we? Am I just low? Is it just because my mic? Is
You're
not
just a
set
little
up
low. It's
properly?
fine.
Yeah, I kind of figured your mic was either the computer or far away.
Yeah, because
Imagine
when I
if
get
she
very
was
close to it, it
VTubing
actually
this
gets
whole
very sensitive.
time. Imagine if
Okay,
what we
there.
see
I'll put my
now.
volume to 200.
If we don't talk over each other a bunch, it should be fine.
That's a
Or-
difficult task.
So then we're screwed.
I can't put my
Yeah, we're
microphone
screwed.
higher
Yeah.
because, well, it's fine. You know, it's just so that you guys can hear the alerts and things.
Yeah, it's fine.
Get a megaphone. Problem solved.
Then you have
Or
Catcher
just
who's wigging
talk
out over there.
louder. I usually speak very loud. So
Yes, just
sorry,
use
I
your
didn't
outside
hear-
voice.
I didn't hear what Charles said, but I know.
Catcher looks like he's having a stroke.
Yep.
No, he's just falling asleep. It's don't mind him.
He's nodding now. Just how's that music?
Okay.
there?
So today's show, ladies and gentlemen, is mostly on film critics, but first we will have serious discussions about the real world.
Super
because-
serious.
Yes, because we have a resident political commentator, I would say.
Oh wow,
Um,
no pressure at all. No hype up,
But
no
yeah,
responsibility
here we go. No, guys,
whatsoever.
I think, you know, we can just put this. I don't know. Usually, I think it's a nice way to warm up. We like look at us trying to find a structure for our show. This could be
In real time.
a usual discussion stuff, you guys. That it's not long enough for a think, but you want to say, hey guys, what do you think of this? That's it. Because
Great
we're
idea,
a group
by the
of
way.
friends that are meeting up on a weekly basis, and we catch up a little.
Mm-hmm.
So in the muse, that's what that's going to be called. I decided. And if you have better suggestions, Charles, then definitely give me them to me, and I will change it.
Oh, catch up with CAT being
Oh
capitalized.
my God.
Yes, you see, this is why I said Charles is going to do it. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, he is the punch-up guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a little
Oh.
rusty, but sure.
Ta-da! There we go. That's it. That is,
Yeah, see, now I have
Right.
pressure.
Also, before someone calls me some other thing that I'm not, I would like to point out that I have zero credentials in any fields whatsoever. So before someone tells me that, yes.
So you're the average journalist.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Still an expert.
And believe it or not, I have degrees. You don't have to believe it.
okay.
So no one sourced me in their
catch up.
dissertations, okay?
There you go.
I think
Hybrid,
that's an
20
invitation to source you.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely an invitation to source you.
Yeah.
You're gonna get fact checked in real time, Bucko.
There's actually a setting I can do so that this doesn't cover. I don't like.
We have a
it,
fact
because I
check
know-
button.
Nice.
No, fact check slider, depending on how hard you want to fact check something.
Pants on fire.
Ah.
So I'm not allowed to show background image. No. Okay. Anyway.
They said, well, did he have to say anything about his son's suffering or mental illness or whatever? And she's like,
Beg your
What am I hearing?
Who's in the background? We all just went, huh?
Huh? What?
Someone's leaking
Somebody's
audio.
got a female. Are you in trouble, Charles?
Oh.
No, I'm.
Wait.
This is an
Oh.
omnidirection. I don't. No, what? No.
Okay. So somebody had a female talking to them, so we all went, ooh.
My female has a British accent.
Oh.
Been hearing
Yeah.
accents. That was
Noted.
close enough, George. Speaking on films. Okay, so yes, Hydra, take it away.
So, number one, we've got some really interesting news that I would love to share with you very quickly. As you know, I'm very interested in the Ukraine conflict personally, and some very quick updates that are, I thought some of you would find funny, especially some of you who've played strategy games. We have finally, it took only 2 years of bloodshed to have a concrete idea from the Russian military staff what they want to do, and actually provide us with a gorgeous map of their idea of what post-war Ukraine in their eyes should look like. I would like to have Kitty share that absolute Frankenstein monstrosity with everyone.
Well, on risk, I
Can I
always
zoom?
do go for Ukraine, especially when I'm in the European front.
It looks like current day Russia. What are you talking about?
So it looks like somebody who played Hearts of Iron and then forgot to click the enemy capital to absorb it in time, and then selected the rest can be automatically sorted by neighbors. That's what this looks like. First of all, border war with Romania. Holy fuck, what is that appendage? That's octopus thingy. Obviously, this is based on the naive assumption that NATO nations
That's
would be
this, yeah?
interested in
That's
Not
where it
that.
makes baby Russias.
What are we
up,
looking at?
up,
Yeah.
up, up, to the left, left,
There.
that club of a blue thing.
Oh.
Oh,
That's-
there, yes.
Yes, but like what is
That's
that?
what makes
What-
baby Romanias.
So this is obviously based on the naive assumption that Romania and Moldova is going to reunite, and then you're not going to have a country that has like this flumpy little stuff that is just about to fall off connected to it. And also on the other assumption that Poland and Romania would be willing to like keep these territories and not give them back to Ukraine immediately, considering they are literally sponsoring the fight. But you know, but
Okay, I
it's
get
kind
it.
of funny that someone in the Kremlin drew up this map and was like, ah, yes, this looks good. Let's show this to the people as our official peace plan.
I think it looks fine. It looks fine.
So they're going to stop at Kiev? They're just going to...
No,
Alright,
they
once-
want to get to Kyiv. That's the problem. That's what they are dreaming about. The problem is that they were closer to Kyiv in the last 12 hours than they are now. Kyiv nowadays is hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers behind the front line.
Yeah, it just looks like...
They are well past their peak in terms of how much Ukrainian land they hold, essentially. It's also, since the Ukrainians or forces allied to Ukraine have entered Russia proper and are planning or approaching Moscow, planning to conduct a raid on Moscow, combine this with the absolutely massive drone barrage that just happened that knocked out 10% of Russia's real industry, basically. It's not looking too good. It's looked like they planned this attack because Putin's fake election is getting closer and closer. The election where you basically get to choose between Putin and definitely not Putin. And they wanted to kind of show that, see, Putin can't even protect Russian sovereign land, because we have yet another rebellion of Russian separatist legions marching on Moscow again, and a bunch of other strikes thousands of kilometers deep where some real critical infrastructure and oil refining was blown up in massive fireballs. But yeah, aside from that, we have low estimates for Russian casualties, relatively conservative, are not casualties, sorry. Casualties, not fatalities, very important. A lot of people can't tell the difference. Casualties, about 500,000 right now, which is not enough, considering that throughout Russian history, Russia hasn't seriously considered entering peace negotiations until they lose about 1 million men. So halfway there, and then maybe they actually sit down to the table.
Didn't they lose 20 million in World War II?
Yes.
Yikes.
Actually more, I think.
But that was in the
Maybe.
past. That doesn't matter.
And they could afford to, because that wasn't Russia, that was the Soviet Union. They had a lot of more manpower to juggle around with.
Apologies.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. So right now, it's not going too well. They've won every day. Basically, they win just about enough ground to bury they are dead. And the ground they often win is worthless because it's been pounded into non-existent by constant artillery barrage. Basically, a vast majority of pre-war maps are now obsolete because a bunch of cities no longer exist, towns no longer exist. And Also, the Kaliningrad exclave, which most people, I don't know if they are familiar with, essentially the old territory of Kthxbai, Eastern Prussia, that Russia now holds ever since basically end of World War II, Cold War, etc., sort of that era. There are murmurings over there about another possible separatist and independence movement. So it seems like Russia's internals are fracturing more and more. The economic situation is getting more and more desperate, especially because of the Western blockade. So we might see an independent Königsberg sometimes in the future, hopefully. Because the amount of manpower and resources Russia is pulling into the war means that they don't have much in their own territory really to hold on to potentially Königsberg. So maybe, if we're lucky, we'll have yet another separatist movement.
Woo.
I don't know
Do you
why
think
he's
that
dressed
Russia
like
will
a train
implode through
conductor.
this?
I don't know why he's dressed like a train conductor, George. it's I don't know. It's just Russian state officials have no taste in clothing for some reason. Sorry. But yes, I just wanted everyone to see this beautiful meme of a map.
Real life.
I'm fine with the comeback
Not a
of the
joke.
Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You would have to get Lithuania's agreement on that. And last time I checked, they still hate the Poles. But one can dream.
How long ago did they release that map?
That was very recent. This was when if I remember correctly, this was when the fake election campaign was originally kicking up.
Oh, okay.
So definitely this,
2024.
was it this year? It couldn't have been longer than a year ago. It was rather recent. This most recent phase of the war, that's what is most important. So they are well into we are slowly but surely getting drained and pushed back on all fronts, with some gains over here, some losses over here, and just completely hopeless to they are literally bogged down in actual bogs. So it's kind of a dream looking at that map, because it's the perfect encapsulation of a general staff dreaming up something that have never seen the front lines, really.
Hydra,
This is like just it's a
sorry.
dream. That's what it is. Yeah.
Does I remember, maybe you know much more than I do, but the fact that they let the public out, well, not out, but the Navalny death or the funeral, that apparently they were supposed to have police force present, and it didn't seem like that from all the videos that were being shown on YouTube.
It did. A lot of people got arrested and beaten up, but they just kept coming. And the problem is, Russia has manpower problems. So a vast majority of the adult military age men are either in Ukraine or in the hospitals, have died fighting, or left the country. And you can see how much of a manpower shortage is by looking at Russian media, at what kind of content they are producing. They're continuously screaming for, "Man, please join the military, please, 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 please." So they're definitely having an issue. And it really seems like there just weren't enough men even in the police to kind of contain the situation. Because no matter how many people got beaten up and dragged away, they were still just so many hundreds of thousands of people protesting all over Russia. And this is, again, this is also why I brought up the whole Königsberg situation, because in that exclave, there is, once again, barely anyone to keep the peace. There just aren't enough men. They are just stretched too thin, because they're pulling everything into this meat grinder, this Vietnam that they have created on their own doorstep voluntarily, that they really can't, like, the economy, the internal politics, everything is fracturing, because the fighting age men who are supposed to be like kind of the brakes, the safeguards on this machine, aren't there anymore in big enough numbers to. That's why previously, before the war, if these kind of protests would have happened, like they would have been brutally crushed. Right now, there was still significant resistance, but we reached a point where there wasn't enough police.
So they're not using exclusively prisoners in the military experiment.
The 3-day-long special military operation. They are
Operation, right.
basically yes, they are using anyone who can hold a gun, and their forces have essentially already in the starting wars, the starting days of the war. It was bad enough that some of their soldiers were equipped with World War One bolt action rifles. But now it's desperate enough that they are buying stuff from China and North Korea and then complaining when the bullets and shells don't work.
Oh,
But yeah,
BYOAK.
we also see. No, it's or for the Korean or the North Korean shells. Like there are videos of it on the internet of the Russian soldier opening it up and complaining that there isn't any gunpowder inside, or not enough for the shell to
Wow.
fly. Or like videos of Chinese foreign fighters in Russia telling the other Chinese to do not come here. It is horrible. The Russians are all lying. It's a shit show. There isn't enough water. There isn't medicine. Do not come here. And then next video is like, I apologize sincerely. I have insulted my fellow allies, the Russian countrymen. My greatest respect and admiration to Vladimir Putin. Please forgive me. So yeah, there are a lot of funny videos on the internet. Of course, you need to be very careful to see what is fake and what isn't. But generally, a good.
How many have the live leak logo?
Sorry,
that was a really dumb joke.
It's
I got
okay. We are used to it at this point.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate you, but yes, it's a very dark but very humorous situation from a certain perspective. I still can't get over that Russia, in the opening days of the war, lost their best troop, the Spetsnaz, to a bunch of 4chan LARPers with guns, the Azov Legion. This war is a meme, essentially. It's what happens when you have a paper tiger military that is built on lies, on the ultimate strategy that nobody will call your massive bluff, and then your own leader, who is out of touch of what is actually the situation with their foot soldiers, calls their own bluff. That's what happened essentially at this point. It's there is a lot more stuff that I don't want to bore people anymore and go over more, but the situation is truly hilarious. That's all I wanted to share on this front. But on to the good news quickly, just that Sweden and Finland are all officially part of NATO now, and that's a very good thing.
I thought it was just Sweden.
No, Sweden and Finland as well, both of them. Finland joined earlier. Sweden was very recent. Now I think it was the essential ceremony was a couple days ago. It was very recent, and that is important because that completely annihilates the Russian nuclear strategy, because their nuclear strategy relies on their warheads being delivered on a single double rail line from Moscow up to Arkhangelsk or in that area generally, where the Russian Northern Fleet is, and from there submarines and naval vessels launched onto the enemy. The issue is that this railway runs parallel to the Finnish border. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers of frozen forest tundra that is impossible to defend, permafrost. And this is why the Russian strategy was always keep Finland neutral at all cost, even in the Cold War. Because all it would take for someone to take out the venom tooth is for one guy to walk across that border and cut the railway somewhere. And then you can't get the nukes all the way up to your submarines to launch them properly.
Same plan as the Death Star.
Yes, basically, it's ironically a Death Star plan. One single point of failure, yes. And that's it. Now that Finland is part of NATO, if there is ever a conflict, they just send 5 soldiers across the border in a random place, and that's it. GG. So Putin can rattle the nuclear saber, but his navy is useless, and the only nukes he will be able to properly launch that aren't already loaded are going to be from the land-based launchers, which... well, you can look up videos on the internet on how well
Who needs a navy when you have a bunch of tanks?
People who are into lame things like the economy and like international trade. Those fucking losers.
Economy.
Yeah.
I saw this video from Tucker Carlson, and everything looks incredible.
Yes,
I've also heard that conscripts do a very good job.
Buy definitely real bread, guys.
I mean, bread? What more do you need? They have bread.
I mean, I bought my.
And it's cheaper than in the US.
Oh my God, this is everything. Oh, look at this. This is what the US should be like. How come that they can do this while they're under blockade by the West? What do you mean that your currency conversion alone is not enough? What do you mean you have to calculate in the average earnings of a person living in Russia? I'm a tourist, man. I don't know what that means. I just come here and change over my money. Legit, like it's such a basic understanding of economy. It's hilarious. But then again, if you ever believe anything that Tucker Carlson says, you are already an utter fool. That man.
He was
has admitted-
mesmerized by the coin thing for the shopping cart, so that
Yes.
you can get it back when you return it.
Wait,
What?
you guys are getting it wrong. You guys didn't see the multiple rifles pointed at him as he's going through the shop.
You didn't see the laser dot dancing on his forehead.
Exactly. You didn't see he was like, man, this is so much better than America. Man, we should just move here, guys. Please help
We have
me.
the coin shopping carts over here, by the way, and we are like Eastern Europe, third world nation.
Yeah, we had that in the States like 20 years ago. Like,
And then people realized that you could attach a little piece of wire to the coin
Yeah.
and then pull it out and have it still work.
Yeah. But
I
yeah,
learned that when I was a
essentially,
little kid.
you get a cart for a $20, 25-cent holder fee, and then you.
Oh my
return
gosh,
$20.
inflation.
Yeah, I didn't mean $20.
But yes, essentially, this is what this is where the whole Russia is expert at setting up whole fake towns, fake villages, fake everything to try to desperately pretend internationally that they aren't an absolute shit show of a nation. But
Isn't
yes,
that like all of them? Doesn't China do that too? And
yes,
North
that's
Korea?
it's a
North Korea.
communist thing. Usually, that's what they learned how to do very well, and
Fake
even then they
towns.
often failed. But yeah. No, North
Hey, they
Korea
look
took
pretty,
it
though.
from there as well.
Mm.
They look pretty sometimes, but that's pretty much all they do. That's their job, is to look pretty from thousands of kilometers away and convince some potential person in the West that there is actually a very good lifestyle and a very good living standard over there. But
They
yes,
should
of
rent
course,
out licensing for films. Let people make movies in your fake
Yeah.
apartment complex.
yeah,
I mean,
but the
we got
problem
some
was
kind of
that
fake
it
towns
wasn't-
here too. Like I'm calling out Solvang in California. It's weird. Like it's this like supposedly like I don't know, weird village town, but it's just in the middle of California, and it's kind of like a prop place. It's weird, but
Is it like a private sponsored thing or like a state?
no, like people
thing?
live there and work there, but it's mostly just for tourists to come in and be like, oh, this
Oh
looks
yeah,
like
that's
it's in a foreign
different thing.
country.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's-
it's
that's-
weird, but
That's
yeah,
like
it's,
the
it
just
seems fake,
built
but
to
in a different
attract
way.
stuff. But yeah, of course, it's without. I'm sure I don't need to state that the whole thing was absolutely staged, fake, obviously, and you do only just exchanging your currency is half of the. Of course, the equation of figuring out how to buy bread in another nation. How fucking basic is that?
I
Also,
didn't know I needed Russian bread.
yes, and Tucker Carlson has been numerous times exposed in emails that he doesn't believe what he's saying. He can't wait to talk about something else and can't wait to be finally done with Trump, etc., or all of these things. That he's completely double-faced, preaches water, drinks wine, and also this is the man whose lawyer unironically had to argue that nobody would take him seriously. Therefore, he cannot be judged as a news
Journalist?
It's the same excuse that Rachel Maddow gave when she was sued.
Yes, exactly. So if you take Tucker Carlson serious in anything, you are a complete and utter fool, according to his own lawyer. Keep that in mind.
We need civics in school again.
We need handwriting in school again.
Come on, Andrew, I'm not that boring.
Yeah, you
Yes.
put the cat to sleep. A cat nap.
The cat will be the
Cats
judge.
do sleep for 60%
Don't take-
of their lives.
Don't take the train spotting reference too seriously there, Drew.
Well,
So
I'm
what
here.
else?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, it took
No,
a
we
while.
can
So
tell.
That's like
It's
good
okay.
stuff, right?
Okay. What
That's
other-
all
what
for
other
the
catch-up
Hydra
topics?
news. That's it. Okay, just a quick.
Is that, yeah,
quick
what else?
catch-up.
No, but it's not just Hydra news. So anyone else got catch?
Yes, I don't want to hog the segment.
It's scary for us Europeans, am I right?
I had a.
Oh, wait, no,
Us
I-
Europeans.
I'm
Charles,
part
you're
of-
funny.
I've Brexited. Sorry. I'm
Well,
not part of Europe.
Charles, I do wonder. I did see. Okay, I know it was Ireland, but I did see something on Twitter today that they're paying Gordon. Sorry,
They're paying Gordon?
They're
Paying
paying
Gordon.
migrants to
Yeah.
go to Rwanda. To
Interesting.
relocate to Rwanda, so they're gonna give them money. Yes, I am quiet because my mic settings are all over the place, so I have to yell, but also not yell. And if I yell, it's crazy. So I'm sorry. That's why I'm quiet.
So I can be
Outside voice kitty.
Well,
I could go
I
visit
think that
glorious
I think
Rwanda.
there really
then.
is. I mean, I think that it, taking in people who are less fortunate than yourselves is noble, but I think that the UK does need to worry about migration, not necessarily immigration, but migration
Oh, they're
of
worse.
so many, because they're an island nation and they need to be conscious of like their resources and such, and being maintaining a standard of living. They have a duty to maintain a standard of living for their citizens, and if they can help these people relocate to someplace more permanent that is worth going to, then I think that that's good.
The comment section, because that's where how we live our lives.
Yeah.
The
was
comment section
basically-
with Darth Kitty. Yes.
The comment section said, somebody said that that it's an incentive now. That's an incentive. Now it's just going to start bringing more and more people over. 'Cause
Yeah.
they'll be
No,
like,
that
"Fine,
is-
just send me
that-
there and then I'll come back."
No, that is a problem, is that in Oregon, we legalized, or no, let me rephrase that. We decriminalized all of the drugs, all hard drugs.
Yep.
I bet that's working out
and-
great for you guys.
I'll be there in an hour.
Right.
Tommy,
Well,
see the effects on the cat.
so
Nicely spotted, Gray.
like the next year, and going forward, it seems like the coroners are overwhelmed. They do not have enough help to get through all of the dead bodies that they have because of all the
So they
all
give
the-
hospitals a
I
break.
mean-
The coroners are overworked.
It's really dark. It's really dark,
It's dark.
Andrew. But
It's
the
really
problem
sad.
is kind of solving itself.
Right.
Well, I
right.
hear what you're saying.
Too
but,
slowly, but yeah.
but the point is that there was an incentive for everybody who could make the trip. I will go there. And so
Yep.
we had instead of it working out to help the citizens of Oregon as it
Tourism,
was,
baby.
it created a reason for people to come here.
Yeah, drug tourism. It's a thing that happens in every legalized state these days.
I mean, it's a
None.
beautiful place to do that.
None.
How many Talking Tom games do you have? What even is Talking Tom?
It's a game.
It's
Series
literally
of
it's like an iPhone thing that you it's silly. That the reason I say it's an iPhone thing is because that's how I was introduced to it, because my mom had it for my niece and my nephew, and they basically you talk in and then it talks back to you in a squeaky voice. It says what you say.
I was thinking it was Operation because we had that
Yeah.
Operation's a fun one.
where it buzzes if you.
Mm.
It
No,
causes
you don't-
anxiety
you
in children. It's incredible.
Don't touch the sides.
Yeah.
Let's make Operation,
Oh,
but
we
social
made that-
media
we made
edition.
We made that in design
Oh.
technology. We did
And
one
you're
of
like,
those.
what is it? Different tweets, right?
Exactly.
And
And every single time, no matter what it is, it always goes buzz because you're going to offend everyone.
Just fuck the whole idea of the game. Just make it social commentary instead.
That's more important. Social commentary is better than quality.
Okay, so talking Tom is a Tamagotchi. It's like it's a Tamagotchi but you he talks back. He does a little stunt. And there's a girl one. I don't know what her name is. She's this pretty white cat. I suppose you can change their colors now.
Wait, now I remember YouTubers doing something about this. There was like a big trend. This was a long time ago, though.
Oh, well, there is a trend now. Well, with with the dog YouTubers, right? That you get a parrot that does the same thing that Talking Tom does, where you talk to it and then it goes like it says your, so you say hello and then it goes hello. So and it says it in a squeaky voice.
How's it go again?
And so everybody just started putting that in front of their huskies, and obviously huskies go whoa, 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 and it goes ah, whoa, 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 whoa. Dog YouTubers, Lucifer, don't you know?
Yeah, isn't that like a VTuber genre where they're dog people?
No.
No.
There was that woman from Canada who was like a pet YouTuber, and it turns out that she left footage into one of her, I don't know, update videos, and she beat the shit out of her dog, and she got in serious trouble. Like she
As well she should.
Yeah, I forgot what her name
I
was.
think I remember that.
Yeah, it was bad. Like it was really bad. Like if you're making your channel about how much you love your pet, and then she's just like blasting this dog for like,
How do you miss that in post?
dude, I don't know. And she tried walking all of it back, and it's like we have the.
I feel like it
Maybe
could
she
have
lives
been,
in
like,
Oregon.
left on the editing floor.
Oregon?
Canada.
Canada.
Same diff.
That's disgusting.
It's
Canada,
just
what's
showing
wrong?
that like the facade of Canadians being nice people is actually
The
never
dog
true.
was a Doberman? Oh my gosh,
Oh.
look, it doesn't
Is that
matter
true?
what breed it was, okay? Like, but still. So she probably thought, oh, big dog, I can mess around with this dog.
I don't think it
if
was
that's
that
true,
big
I
though. Dobermans are big.
Dobermans are great.
They used to be security dogs, and they.
There is
1900.
Doberman pinchers, they
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm
neutralize
thinking.
some dogs.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I had a Doberman pinscher. So cute. Her name was Ebony, but we called her Zebedee. Anyway, so anything
I had a
else?
catch up.
You had a catch up.
Question about something that made the news cycle this week. So for those who are unaware of the story itself, Deadspin was a news outlet that accused a 9-year-old boy of doing blackface at a football.
That was
game.
Deadspin?
That was Deadspin.
Okay.
Oh, that thing. Yes, I saw that, and I saw what yeah.
By
That was a while
Shotgun's
ago.
face. Is that the one?
No, but now the chickens have come home to roost.
Right.
It's trying to ruin this kid's life.
So they took, because the kid had the face paint on, half was black, half was red, as you do at sports games.
Because he's a Chiefs fan.
But so then they took a picture of him just from one side and
From
said
profile,
he was doing blackface. And then when they got called out for it, they showed a picture of the full thing and then tried calling him racist. Well, it turns out he's part Indian. And throughout all this thing, right? Throughout this whole thing, Deadspin refused to retract. They kept editing their thing and changing what it was about, but they would not like remove or retract what their initial statement was. So it came out a week before this news cycle started that the family of the boy was finally suing Deadspin, and then a week later the news comes out that Deadspin has been sold and everyone that worked at Deadspin has been let go.
So like the 4 or 5 people that actually made stuff at Deadspin now don't have jobs. You know what I said about journalists having no credentials? I mean, this just shows it again.
I am now an official journalist.
So I've seen a hell of a lot of people rightfully celebrating the sale and firing, in my opinion, rightfully. But the thing that I can't find, and the thing that I'm unaware of, if anyone here happens to have a suspicion or an inkling, what does it mean for the family's lawsuit against Deadspin now that Deadspin has been sold and no one
They don't have
was
a case
there at the time?
No, you're supposed to take out insurance if you have business for that reason.
It's still the business. The business Dead Space is still Dead Space, even though that they're gone.
Dead Space.
Literally.
Dead Space.
Dead Space. Sorry, that I just kept.
You need to
kept
sue the
doing that in my head.
necromorphs.
Yeah,
They took everything
Good job.
from
I
us.
think you inherit their
Yeah.
like liability or whatever, so you still need the insurance.
What I would
Is
imagine.
there not?
It's hard to say. It would be more hands in it for sure.
But
I don't know.
And-
Can't they just say, "Hey, we've already gotten rid of the people that were offending this"? So
YouTuber for animal abuse.
What?
Is the most
Who's
Oh,
making all
there's a
that?
video
What?
playing.
The clip isn't playing. Whoever's playing the audio.
Sorry, it's me. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
a-
it's a
the
news
traitor
article
is
about.
revealed. Finally, we will know
So, hang on.
from whom the suspicious sounds come from.
You guys have my system audio.
So,
There
question.
you go.
So, I'm trying to figure out, would the lawsuit be dropped because the people that were offending no longer work there? They lost their jobs. They were fired.
I
don't think
wouldn't.
so.
I think they would
know,
have
that's-
to. The parent company should issue a retraction. Okay.
Yes, the moral argument is that the harm cannot be done right by just firing someone
Right.
from their job or them no longer working in that field. Still doesn't make. I'm not a law expert, but if I were to look at the argument morally, I would see that the reputational harm done by the article cannot be corrected or like addressed in a just manner just because someone no longer works in a certain field due to a completely unrelated issue. So yeah, it's also just the mere fact that they were so concerned about continuously editing the article to make him look bad over and over and over again, and never actually even learned anything about the guy, who he was or what he was doing, shows you how much they care, by the way. But yes, that's just a regular...
Well, of course they don't care.
Despicable... I don't know who said the quote, "You think you hate journalists, but you don't hate them."
You don't.
Something.
Yeah.
What's...
Don't make me tap the sign.
Yes, that's it reminds me of that, like some journalists can be truly despicable, spineless liars, and you have to keep that in mind because they are very powerful.
Because they don't have to prove anything that they fucking say, and it drives me crazy every time.
And they never get hold
It's
account,
just
like
an
ever.
opinion.
Fucking crazy.
I am wondering.
Well, this
if
is why
the
yellow
lawsuit
journalism
is-
was a thing in the U.S. a long time ago, and it's no longer a thing.
What?
Just-
Well, but yeah,
It's less
and you
of
know
a
what's
thing.
great though is, yeah, and you know what, I really do appreciate the examples that Charles has brought up about Denmark, where you
What?
you can't make
Oh, yeah.
claims, that are,
You can't
that
say
are,
the country's
right?
best hot dog unless you have some
Right.
sort of backing to that statement. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and so
But it's been declared.
something
No, we did.
I don't know it.
Source.
I definitely appreciate that. I worry about it being abused, and especially by bad actors.
Yeah.
But
Like
I
any law.
definitely appreciate that level of scrutiny, and I
The
feel like,
Denmark laws are set up like a YouTube comment section, just like, actually, this hot dog is the best based on sales.
It's better than doing nothing. At least they are trying to make it right,
Yep.
yeah,
I love
I
that.
agree with
I'm
something
just wondering
thoughtful.
if the lawsuit is against the company itself or the individuals. If it was the individuals, that makes sense.
I
But
feel
then
like it would
also
be
the
harder for
law
them to
is
have
that-
a case against the individual, though, because they were a journalist, and there's this whole thing in the courts around journalism and how they're able to kind of do a lot of things that you would be sued for otherwise. I'm not sure. Like, if they sued Deadspin as a company, then Deadspin would still be liable, like you guys said, or
Yeah.
at least that makes sense in my head. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on this subject.
No,
Yeah.
why
It's
would you
just-
buy it though then?
So there are three things that come to mind. I believe the person that bought Deadspin, or the company that bought Deadspin, did it for the name. I guess it used to have
Yeah.
a reputable name, and they still want it. But there are two other factors. One, I imagine it would be a somewhat deflating feeling for the family. I mean, it's got to be comforting knowing that everyone responsible for ruining their son's life is gone, but at the same time, it's got to be deflating knowing that they're gone and you cannot sue them, but rather this new company.
And yet the article will still remain.
Yep, and
the thing is that I think that they are definitely entitled to a tremendous monetary compensation, if nothing else, because of all of these legal, what's the word, costs, legal costs to get the lawsuit up and running in the first place. Not to mention all of the death threats and so on that they have had. So
from what I understand, though, like if a business closes or like gets bought up or something, like the legal whatever protections may change hands, but you still have a claim against whoever owns it. So I mean, like it can still go through, but I mean, they might have a little bit of satisfaction knowing that they killed Deadspin, but I don't know. It wouldn't be nearly as big as the news that they were able to spread, the misinformation. So I don't know. It sucks. Like it's never going to be equal, but I don't know. At least they're not doing it to more people after this.
One more important thing about this topic, even if they were to, even if it wasn't sold and somehow the people responsible for this would have been forced by a court to issue a retraction or a correction article or something to put that out, those things have been scientifically proven to be absolutely worthless because there are hundreds of correction articles written every single year. For example, where I am admitting that they basically lied all year about everything they talked about, and they never get held accountable. Nobody ever really cares about that, and everyone already formed a narrative in their head based on the information that the writers themselves admit is completely bullshit and made up. So it has been scientifically proven in studies that correction and retraction is a useless tool, and I don't think that's what the court should be focusing on, because it is much more concerning that this child will face extreme difficulties in social situations, in finding employment, in having normal relationships with others, their family, etc. Their life has been narrowed down in terms of possibilities and what type of experiences they can have and what kind of freedoms they can pursue, which is fundamentally an assault on their human rights based on really the opinions on one person who is fucking retarded. But yes, that's essentially what
it's not the Dunning-Kruger effect. What the fuck is this called? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. It's relevant. It's the people who they see knowledge, like the first thing that they see is now the bias that they have. They will mistrust other information because of the first thing that they saw. You know what I'm talking about?
Confirmation bias?
No.
It is like confirmation bias. There's a test on it, and it was called a certain effect.
Overton window?
Ink cream bias?
No.
Be sure to subscribe.
It's the same thing. Like if people read the article that says this 9-year-old kid is racist and wears blackface, they're not going to see anchoring bias.
Totally. Yes, that's what it is.
They're not going to see the correction, or they're not going to believe the correction.
Because somebody already occupied
it's definitely not recent bias.
We would like recency bias to actually happen, so that if they see the retraction, then they do it. But
a lot of people just read the headline and form their opinion from the headline, even if the whole article.
And sadly, they do like not even a real retraction. But that like stealth one where they just edit the headline or they edit part of the article, but it remains up the same.
They don't have a new article that says, we were wrong. They just put it back there.
Because that would affect the reputation of the entire thing.
Is it just me, or does BMO not have image?
BMO is
going all
He is now Ghost, yes. He has the default image and
What do you mean?
Okay,
go
out briefly, and now you don't have an icon.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can see my icon. What are you talking about?
No, it's not there.
Sometimes when you're on your phone, if you like,
I will not be gaslit.
Very, very quickly, it removes the icon.
Yeah.
It's a phone thing.
Strange.
So leave, come back, add in the one I made for you.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. All right, I'll be right back.
I think that's anchoring bias, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I think he was just gaslighting us.
Oh,
I could totally see it.
Mansplaining.
one thing, another thought that I think is important to share is that it's people should know that it's very naive to try to like enforce these changes to make journalism better, because modern journalism in the age of the internet is fundamentally relying on and is a system geared and built on clicks alone. So it is hard to enforce any morality or justice in this very slippery network that is just based on how many people will read it, get outraged, or provoke intense emotional reactions of it. Like the fact that people are trying to kind of saddle it and morally, like, no, don't lie this much, don't distort the truth so much, don't create hate mobs based on nothing. It's I do think, unfortunately, we live in an age where this is a rather futile effort. The only way we could possibly kind of relegate this to be more just and moral is by governments chiming in, which I don't trust to necessarily do the right thing. So yeah, it's not really possible in my worldview, sadly. We just have to compensate.
Journalists need to be more responsible, and just like everybody's been talking about, they aren't. And the fact
there should
that
be a code of ethics for them.
Right. Society just takes the first story, runs with it. They've made up their minds based on that first story. And even if you retract it, they've already made up their minds because that's more tea infested. And, they need to be a bit more held accountable and responsible for what they're going to do to society.
Right. Like the quartering, right? I mean, he's moving so fast that he doesn't have time to double check any kind of information he gets.
He was wrong about
but he wants to be the first. He wants to be people's first.
First source.
The first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love
you
it.
come to him, and even if people use him as a first source and then double check and triple check, and they go to all these other places to find out, okay, I've heard this story, but what's the truth of it? If people were like that, then it would be better. But
I think people that are going to the quartering have some sort of infested. Excuse me.
Wait, I left, and now we're talking about the quartering? What the fuck happened?
Better the quartering than Bosch, okay?
No, wait.
The quartering than Bosch.
Both of them are like opinion heavy.
Yeah.
You're not
Of
getting
course they're opinion heavy.
No, you were talking about
the same thing.
You were talking about anchoring bias.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so the quartering though wants to be like the first source you hear a story from, right?
Yes,
So
that's why he uploads like 11 times a day.
Exactly. But then he also isn't double checking anything.
No, it's off the stuff he sees on Twitter or people DM him.
By necessity, in order to be the first to rush it out.
Exactly.
And yes, this is exactly what the fundamental corruption, fundamental source of corruption in the news cycle structure. This is what it is. The encouragement and the insane amount of reputation, money, and reward that the system gives to people for being the first and being the loudest and getting people riled up the most. So much so that basically anything that happens afterwards is completely meaningless compared to that first kick.
I'm telling you guys, that 9-year-old was racist.
I also think that a generation of journalists were taught that they were both gatekeepers of culture, but also to conflate journalism with activism. I think they saw it as their responsibility to go on.
I can confirm that they, that part of a journalist, part of a journalist degree includes taking courses like feminist courses, like women's studies or gender studies and stuff. So, I mean, you might be able to, if you're actively avoiding it, right? You might be able to get the humanities credit by going around it, right? But like it steers you towards it, and they recommend it. I knew
that also
somebody,
depends on the
Hello,
school.
George.
Okay,
I
that does
knew
depend on the school.
somebody in my area that went to journalism, and they directed them to those courses.
Well, yeah, you're in Oregon.
You start out with human emotion stories. So, I mean, being educated on feminist and
well, but the thing is that they are geared towards leftist ideologies. They're not like liberal ideology courses.
Yeah, but there should be ethics courses to sort of balance it out. Understanding the feminist perspective is not necessarily a bad thing. But,
no, it's
sort
not.
of ascribing to
just
it
the way it's in practice.
And sort of letting that affect your bias is a different thing entirely. But yeah.
That's what's happening.
And it does depend on the schools, okay? There are Catholic schools that I'm sure skirt around.
Hey, Galente!
Hey! Me miss you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I talked to him earlier, so.
Stop being a stranger.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vincent.
Don't be a stranger next time.
So, Andrew, so I assume you're bringing this up. Yeah, well, I assume that Andrew's bringing this up because it's the indoctrination problem. It's this is the right way of thinking. You must think this way in order to do this job.
Praxis, okay.
The thing
praxis, that's the word.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of the critical theories,
praxis,
like critical race theory, sort of teach
which
that.
wasn't a thing.
It's a.
What do you mean wasn't a thing?
Critical race theory isn't a thing.
It was being taught in school.
But if it is.
Wait.
No, I'm just talking about critical.
Hold on, one at a time.
Critical race theory at a college level. They teach praxis. I'm not bringing up the elementary schools right now.
Somebody said critical race theory.
Yeah.
Yes, critical race
that's
theory.
in college because that's what we were talking about.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I only heard one voice.
That argument.
Don't ever. This is another thing I don't like about our modern culture. Like this shame on like, oh, how dare you did not know this? How like shut the fuck up? You don't know anything. Like no. In order to learn anything new, you first have to admit your ignorance. I don't like the whole shaming factor on like, how dare you be wrong or how dare you not know this instead of like encouraging the fact that people can learn things.
People
like
should admit they don't know things. Okay, I totally agree. When you don't know it, don't assume.
I've seen so many people being shat on for like, oh my god, you're reading a book on this topic, you're reading this and this on this topic and trying to learn. How do you not already know this, you uneducated fuck? And it's
well, Hydra, I need to let you know. I need to let you know, Hydra. People are dying. So what you have to say doesn't matter. People are dying.
There you go. That is the reverse card. Boom. Or nothing.
End the conversation. Mic drop. People are dying. That's it.
Yeah.
Or you don't care about these people. You support genocide because you don't believe the thing that I do.
Yeah. No, I mean, he who shall not be named, right? What once argued that if you don't agree with the way he believes that pedophiles should be treated, that means that you agree that you endorse children being harmed.
We talking about Bosch again?
No,
Voldemort
Dane.
said that?
Dane. No, Dane. Dane said that. Like you
Same
need
thing.
to, right? Stop. No, you need to. If you, what is it? He said that we need to destigmatize it and then let them come to therapy. And if you don't agree with this exact approach, then what you are in favor of is harming children.
No,
hold
people
on.
don't agree with the destigmatization part because they feel it's going too soft. Of course, having more pedos to turn them into not pedos.
I have a big question.
Would be okay with that. What they would not be okay is the perceived softness of this particular approach because they would.
I have a huge question after.
Okay, so I've never heard this take before. By the way, like this is new to me. Because I don't watch a lot of Dane or any of those people. So this is a new
I've watched
take
him
to
in a
me.
long time, but yeah.
Now,
Trust
Well,
me,
the
you don't
first
want
thought-
to.
the first thought I had was, if it's destigmatized, why the hell would you go to therapy for it?
Right?
That's
No,
what
but-
I'm thinking
but
about, though.
so-
Like,
No, but
if
here's
Kind of depends on the
pedophilia
definition
is
of destigmatized.
The thought
'Cause what he's
process
saying is
of
there
it,
wouldn't
if
be
it's
stigma to get the help.
destigmatized, yeah, you would go talk to someone. You would be
That's
more
reliant on your
open to
internal
talking
pressure.
publicly
That's the
about it, so you
problem.
can get help.
Loud
okay?
noises.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots of people.
one at a time,
Yeah,
please.
sorry.
I did not understand half of you.
Okay,
Well,
sorry. So it's
here's-
not that he thinks like it'll be destigmatized so everyone accepts it. It would be destigmatized to go and talk to somebody about it.
Okay,
So
that's a little different.
I guess
Okay,
that's what
I
he's
can
saying
see
in
that.
the most favorable way of saying that. I don't agree with it, but all of a sudden I'm a bit mustard. Yeah.
I could tell
I
you
don't-
have a comb over
I
on
don't know
that
if I-
mustard right there.
What? This is all natural. Yeah, it's I mean it's in the name, toupee. Yeah, I've heard him make the argument, and if I want to like try and steel man him, it's just that it would be destigmatized so that people would go to get help. But it's kind of unclear what that help would be, like if that's conversion therapy or what.
It's also
So,
a
I don't know what the hell
That's a take.
or
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
all-
there
is it-
really
is it
is
or
no
possible?
I guess it could be
help
like
for that
medical
condition.
intervention, like
We
Yeah.
don't
get
even
rid
know what
of the
causes it,
urges
okay?
medically.
We do
it's
not know.
it's also an unreasonable confidence that this is the best approach.
Mm.
If
Yeah,
because
and having a
here's the
hardline
thing.
stance on that.
Yeah,
Well-
exactly. If because here's the thing, if destigmatizing something leads to a certain level of normalizing, then theoretically you could increase the amount of victims. Even if more perpetrators get help, you could still end up increasing the victims.
The potential harm. Yeah. This is the same argument that's used in the transgenderism conversation as well, generally. That's the worry that some people have. It's like, if we make this more publicly normalized, then they'll cause problems with children in the future.
So wait, so if something's easy for you to say, if something's stigmatized, does that mean that there doesn't need to be therapy for it?
No.
You see, that was my original thought.
Right.
That was my original thought, but I heard what Gray said, and that made a lot more sense, because I was thinking of destigmatized as completely normalized and supported.
Yeah, I think there's
But the
supposed to be a
problem-
difference between normalization and stigmatization, but does one lead to the destigmatization? But
I mean,
would that lead to it?
Is
I
that
would
a
take the position that it can-
Transgenderism comes from gender dysphoria.
Oh, we are going there.
You
Okay.
go on.
I would take the position that you can stigmatize it and encourage therapy
Right.
at the same time.
Sure.
Now, the other side of the pendulum
here's the thing:
is
that you
the
can
wood
let me
chipper
wait.
talk that you hear
Yeah,
from several
It's always an option.
other YouTubers on the other side of the spectrum, and I'm not
Well-
necessarily convinced that that should be the immediate go-to answer for the problem either. So,
Well, here's the thing: is that you can stigmatize it in the general population while destigmatizing it for doctors, professionals. So if
Agreed.
the doctors who are informed on the subject and on the treatments, if you work hard to destigmatize that, and then you let people know that if if you go to seek help, that they will help you, right? That they will find a way to treat you.
Is
I
there-
didn't know he was
is
actually
there-
stigmatized
I
among
don't think
doctors.
it's
I thought they
treatable.
were have Hippocratic
Oh, I'm
oath.
sure it is.
Do
I'm
no harm.
sure it is.
Well-
of all the other things that are stigmatized that really don't even deserve to be stigmatized, but still are, this has still gotta be.
Yeah, but as a doctor doing research on this, wouldn't you want to figure out how to treat it? Because there really is no serious treatment for this condition. We
Which
don't even know
condition?
what causes it.
What?
Pedophilia.
PDF.
Yeah. And actually, transitioning is actually the treatment for gender
dysphoria. Yeah.
Dysphoria. Gender dysphoria. Sorry, lost my
The
mind.
difference is that we don't know if pedophilia can be conclusively treated, to the point being that. And I think the crux
That's
of
what makes it so contentious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also it's very dangerous, whereas just the whole transgender thing can be completely normal and just one person's own decision and not affect anyone else. But pedophilia by necessity involves a party that cannot consent being involved in sexual activity. So yeah,
And
I
to
think
get that diagnosis, you need to have uncontrollable desires and fantasies to do that particular act. That's for the diagnosis, at least.
But if a doctor can figure out what like where that stems from, they could treat future cases.
Yeah, but they're undecided.
And then Lolly anime gets destroyed.
Sorry.
Basically, I mean, I think the only thing they do is like chemical castration.
I'm on that.
Get rid of the sex drive completely.
Yeah.
It does not actually. That
80 milligrams of
mitigates
Prozac
it again.
There you go.
Again, that mitigates it. It's not a
little bit of
treatment.
Prozac.
It's like it's
it's
more
management.
of a. It's management. Yes, it is definitely.
Yeah,
a
it's
management
making sure
procedure.
that action isn't taken.
Yeah, and I'm all for. Go ahead, Kitty.
No, I would like to hear what you say.
Oh, well, it's like, I just want to be clear. It's like I'm all for people getting help. I'm not anti-help. I'm not. I wasn't trying to. I want to make sure I was clear on that. Because it's not BetterHelp. No, don't go to BetterHelp. But it's like the "stop it, get some help" meme is a real thing. You should stop and get some help if you have questions. Go find a professional and ask those questions.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than them being out in the wild alone.
Yeah.
Don't bottle up your emotions.
Right. They can easily lie to the therapist, be like, "Oh, I'm getting so much better," and I'm just like, meantime, you know.
I don't know somebody who would prefer somebody out in the public committing crimes rather than speaking to a doctor to help. I don't know, work things out as far as whatever their desires are.
It depends, because it could be, and I know this is very much a very specific experience that I've had with certain doctors, where they're more focused on assuming what's wrong with you than finding out. And that has to be a thing in the industry, because some things have been tested in long form, but doctors can be wrong, so get a second opinion.
If I may, I think I could kind of link this all together. Basically, my kind of thoughts on this issue, to kind of close it down and bring it to one frame, is kind of that the important question is the difference between internal pressure of one doing something about on their own and external pressure by other sources. And people obviously disagree which one ought to be preferred or how used. And obviously, I think that more research is required on the topic, because it is a very extreme and out there topic, and therefore it's scientifically remote. And not many touch it or want to touch it. And that is also why we do not know how to handle it well, I think.
Well, people are dying, Hydra.
I know, I'm dying, you are dying, we're all dying, I know. We're all slowly dying, that's what's happening. Our DNA is decaying right now. Yeah.
And now...
Or not DNA, the chromosomes, you know.
Okay.
The main topic?
That is the end of catch-up, guys.
We caught up for an
That was
hour.
an interesting one.
Hey, we caught up for an hour. You know,
Yay!
it worked.
Yeah.
So,
oh my god, I'm so angry. Bimo. Why did you not alter your name to Be Mobile? How dare you? You had the opportunity to do it together with the card picture. You had the chance.
It took so long for him to make that perfect picture. Like that.
I did not make this picture. This was generated by Andrew.
Yes.
Well, perfect then.
It looks
Sleepy
great
cat
if you
generator.
don't pay attention to any
All
little
the
exclusive
problems.
details. If you look at it as a
Many
whole, it's
problems.
okay.
Tiny avatar form.
It's great
Hey,
looking
so-
small on the screen.
Yeah,
To get
that
us
was the
going
point.
for the Stuckman and film criticism things, I actually wanted to ask you this question, which I think we've discussed previously, but what's that?
Film critique versus film review.
Well,
Um,
real quick. I think that there is a difference between, like, what is it? There are two different types of content. Where one, you are giving a preview, an endorsement, or see this. You have the audience. You're assuming the audience hasn't seen it, and then you are saying, go see this or don't go see this, and you give as little information as you can while still selling the movie or criticizing the movie. And then there's the separate content where you are assuming the person has seen it, or you think that perhaps they are not going to see it without your input, so you give a full critique, and you're going over the entire thing, or to whatever extent it is. It could be just like one scene, but really in depth, or one arc in the film, one person's arc in the film, really in depth, or something. And that type of content is completely separate from like the
Should
endorsement
be. I
slash.
think you're saying should be.
Well, no. Well, you're right. No, it should be right. I would.
We say we use the same word, review.
Generally speaking, you're right.
Both of those. They're different things, but yeah, people say, "Oh, did you see Mauler's review of blah blah blah?" It's
true.
They are literally reviewing it. That's the thing, as opposed to the old school, like literally, there's a little review that says, "I like this movie. It was this and that." That's what it used to be.
Yeah, to me, a review is more of a informal thing. Is it good or bad? What you liked about it? Maybe spoil a little bit here and there. Critique is more about what are the flaws, what are the strengths.
I've actually got a dichotomy here. Two different YouTubers that do a great thing here. Film critique versus film review. Film critique. When I think of someone like that, I think of Mahler or Disparu. And when I think of film review, as in like a will you see it or not, I think of like Moist Critical. I think of Charlie, where he just has, here's a quick like 5 to 10 minute video on what I liked, what I didn't like, should you see it or shouldn't you see it, versus here's 2 hours of your time, enjoy yourself while I rip apart this movie or praise it to no end.
Yeah, I would mirror what Vincent was saying, which is I would be inclined, generally speaking, to divide the two between critique as focusing more on the technical elements, building blocks, and assessment of what works and what doesn't work, why and why not, whereas a review can lend itself to a more short form, subjective highlights of the things that stuck out to the individual and whether or not that they might recommend the experience to others.
And personally, I don't think length matters with either one of these. It's more about how in depth. You can do a critique real quick. This particular scene doesn't work because of blah, blah, blah. Go to the next scene, be like, this one works because of blah, blah, blah. And you can do a review.
I was trying to bring up extreme examples.
Yeah. I'm just saying length, I think, doesn't actually matter. It's about what your focus is, or the audience that you're sort of
context of the original piece of art. If you're taking 2 hours to break down a 5-minute scene and you're not factoring in the lead-in or the follow-up, you're not considering the complete piece of art.
Yeah, I would agree.
No, you cannot roll out the red carpet for, if you take a long time covering a scene and then you just agree with me fucking completely disagreeing with what you're saying. That's not the way it works.
I feel like you have you have some major opinions
if you
here.
frame it the right way, you can just take this scene in isolation. You can critique it, but it is a critique.
Oh yeah,
of
they're
just
fun.
that
They're absolutely
sequence.
fun. There's something to it, but I wouldn't call it film criticism.
No, I'm not even saying it's film criticism. Completely, if you completely ignore the context all around it, that's sort of like cherry picking. I do agree with that. If you don't set
that's
it
why I
up
think that would
properly,
be a sub. I think it'd be a
fair
subcategory.
enough.
I think that would be like a video essay. Essentially, it would be. So it kind of sounds like we're talking about Mahler. So I think what he does on his channel is generally a video essay.
No, because he's not doing a whole
streams.
He's not doing an entire or just one scene in isolation. That's what Vincent was saying.
Well, that's what Vincent said. He said you could take
exactly.
the length.
Yeah,
if critique of that.
So I was thinking more of the whole on that, but it's like I think you could do that with a video essay. That wouldn't necessarily be a review of the film, and that wouldn't necessarily be a critique of the film. So I don't know. That's why I think there's different subcategories. And then like a review stream is even different, where it's like a whole bunch of people like dogpiling one thing. Like that's totally different than a review of a movie.
It's a glorified
or a critique of it.
Okay. So,
So I don't know.
So we had Katru's definition. Let's actually just go and get because again we are a lot of us today. So let's go. I'll go solo loud. Charles.
No. I have a video. Go watch it if you want. Nope.
No,
nope.
No, you say it now.
What?
Just
tell us.
I tend to.
I'll put you in group.
Shout out your video.
If
you said it eloquently in the comment section. I asked you this very question, sir.
I should go read that then.
Okay, pass for now. Okay, let's move on until he reads it.
Yeah.
No, I want. Okay.
Yeah. I'll get it. I'll get it. I promise.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So, sorry. The difference between a critique.
Where is this?
No. So I just think that there's a difference between like reviewing a movie. Generally, it would be kind of more good or bad type of thing, and that's kind of it. A lot of the times on YouTube now they do that whole like plot. Essentially, they tell you the entire plot of the movie and then tell you if you should see it or not. But and then I think a critique is something completely different. Generally, they go into technical aspects of it in some degree. But I think they are different, and I think a lot of people call themselves, film reviewers on YouTube. They don't call themselves like actual critics. But I don't know. Some people do think it's the same thing. But yeah, I think on YouTube we've got just a whole bunch of categories of what it is. I think it's more than just the two.
Can I ask you a question about that, actually?
Sure.
Gray, would you define what Ebert does, like the critic, as critique or review?
So I would say that is critique. He does go into a bunch of the different elements that make up the film. It's not just like, here's what happens in the plot. It's good. Thumbs up. He does actually go into film elements, but you're right. It is like he's doing both of those. Sometimes he does give you like a slight synopsis of it and then goes into like certain aspects that he likes, that he dislikes, but he goes into technical aspects of it. So I'd say that those are critiques, but if you read his actual articles, they go way more in depth than like they were able to on the show or anything like that. For sure. But like him and Malton, for sure, they're like the critics. But it is definitely changed in these last few years. I think YouTube has become really relevant in like the last 5 years.
Too relevant.
I would imagine you can have critique in review and review in critique.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, and you don't have to be a critic to do either one of those things.
Stop being a centrist. Pick one.
It's just about your intent with the given media that you want to explore. Do you want to do a good or bad, highlight some good things you like about this particular film, or do you want to go into the more technical, nitty-gritty critique style format for it?
Dorcas is done.
Yes, his statement is complete.
Just, oh my God.
Statement of appreciation.
Double appreciation.
I summon thee.
Okay, so in my personal opinion, how in my humble, disgusting opinion, how it ought to be or should be, really, because a lot of people conflate these words, and I don't like all of the muddy waters that are around these, because it reminds me of other words that have been watered down or misinterpreted, and their definitions changed. I think critique should be based on analysis and a point of view with a potential goal, for example, to find a way to optimize this movie, break it down, what's happening, why is this effective, why is this not effective, how does this fit into all of this, etc. What is it trying to say? Is it successive? Is it artsy? Does it break the canon? All of these things. Whereas review should be a more compact, educational, and summed up and informative piece of completely objective only information that is more so to prepare people, to accommodate information, and maybe form their own opinion and critique. For an example, whether or not your time is well spent watching this movie or not. How long is it? What's it about? And is it good or not? Whereas that would be a review, and a critique would be, I think this filmmaker artistically peaked with this movie for this and this reason. This is how it fits into the surrounding narrative, etc., etc. Whereas with a review, it's more so a completely different goal, and really it ought to be just about a different thing. It wants to do something else. I think.
Tiger read my dissertation, I think.
No, I think I made this
I'm kidding,
on my
I'm
own.
Tiger doesn't even like movies. Really.
Yes, I don't like them. So yeah,
but
that's just my opinion.
Observation.
Vinvint has the floor.
I have the floor. I pretty much, I think, talked enough about this. Review is rather light and fluffy. Critique is more in-depth. And you want to get into the meat of it, the technical it depends on the particular medium. Every medium is different. If we're just talking about movies, the writing, the technical, the directing, all that can contribute. There's some people who think you can just sort of take writing in isolation. I don't think too highly of that. Someone takes just something in isolation and separate it from others. I think that's something different. Okay. But as Gray said, I think there's a lot of subsets to each of these. Even within reviews, you have people who try to do spoiler free and those who just lay it all out there.
Okay, okay, then one more. Bimo, if you want to have more.
It seems like we all kind of share a similar position here.
But do you
well, okay. Now you can see that my picture does not look nearly as good as when it's small. But pretty much it goes back to what I said originally, where it's like I see film review is like the long essay. Is like usually how I see it, at least when I think of it immediately. That's what comes to mind. But I can definitely see the point on there's a bunch of subsets, but like when I think of review, sorry, I got that actually like mixed up. Because I think of critical, I think of Charlie for like movie review. And I think of critique as disproves, maulers, and not just because they're long form, because they do get more into the nitty gritty. Sometimes even they go even further beyond that, and they just will poke at one specific piece of a movie for hours and hours on end, which is all fun, but I take that a little less seriously. Mainly because I don't actually watch that many movies. So when I'll usually just watch a review. I'll watch a review, and if I want to see it, I'll see it after I watch the review.
Did
that is like so much worse than just watching trailers.
I don't like watching trailers because a lot of the time the movie gets completely spoiled by the trailer.
But you watch a review that spoils literally everything, and then you're like, "Yeah, I'll see it now."
No. Let me explain.
The movie. It better be with a purpose in mind, okay?
Okay, I'll give an example. When, let's see, it was when Avengers Endgame came out. I wasn't sure if I wanted to see it because I didn't like the one prior to it. I was really starting to get desensitized with Marvel at that time, and I watched a review from Critical where he never showed a single clip. He just talked about this movie has a bunch of scenes in it that feel like they make no sense. And that's basically how it all went. And it made me want to watch the movie. And then I actually understood what he meant. He never showed a single bit. He never got into spoilers. That's usually what I'm talking about. Like the quick and snappy reviews that only give you the general thoughts of, oh, I like this. I'd give it a 5 out of 10 or whatever.
Well,
that makes sense, right?
That segues us to this question.
Segues us.
Which kinds of things do you guys consume the most? What kinds of reviews are okay? Because like I said, they are conflated at the same. Like the people call it my reviews coming out today means they are like it's a full on critique, right? Mm-hmm. So whatever. But just saying, which kind of content do you guys consume the most? That's so. Let's start. I don't know if Katra is asleep. Good.
I'm awake.
Okay. He's awake.
He's awake now.
Yes.
Neck's broken.
Okay. So which one do you
You
prefer?
said to pop his neck.
I know what your answer is going to be.
Oh, I definitely prefer critique. I can get a certain amount of benefit from a review, but generally I find it very lackluster. I'd rather just hear from a person, like someone I trust, someone I know, to recommend a film or to dissuade me from seeing.
So you appeal to authority?
No, to someone who knows my interests and someone who I understand how they explain things.
So in my twisted view, that's what that means.
Okay, fine, sure. But you have more definitions. You have.
Okay, then in your twisted view, fine.
We've talked at length about your twisted definitions and how they're utter garbage.
You said your interest. Who knows your interests?
No one knows my interests.
Like a
I
friend.
do, and
like
I recommend that he plays Sekiro properly. Yes.
That's what I mean. I'd rather if I'm gonna be I'll see something and I'll instantly know whether I want to see it or not. Even if I think it's bad, I'll be like, oh, this aspect of it's interesting. Like I was actually really interested in seeing Poor Things by the way the way you were describing how it handles the subject matter. And so
you just want to see Emma Stone naked a whole bunch.
Anyways, so the point so the point is that I know you, and the way that you describe that film seems really interesting to me. And so that is what is appealing to me. Somebody else I don't even know saying similar things, I'm like, whatever, I don't care. Just move on.
You're not
may
qualified.
not even in one ear out the other. But because I know you and I've heard other reviews of yours, I trust your judgment. It makes me want to see the film.
Yeah, I'm fascinated I'm completely divorcing from the conversation. I'm fascinated to see what you'll think of the movie, because I have issues with the cinematography, and you're usually somebody who leans on script.
Yeah, so good luck with that. It's very surreal. So I don't know if you're gonna.
Next week.
We talked about it earlier. That between Gray and I, we were kind of throwing the idea around. So might as well just have it on the next.
I'd be really interested, man. It hits on a lot of the same points as Barbie.
Okay,
and
do I have to go and
drew a lot
watch it too?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
I think everyone needs to.
Not with children, though.
You can
you
get it on the high
know me,
speeds.
I've always got children around me.
Mother of four kittens.
Mother of kittens. Okay, so wait. What I wanted to say about Katri though is okay, so you're talking about reviews and in terms of how you choose what to watch.
Yeah, but
because that's what reviews were about initially.
Right.
It was so that you Okay.
So,
but you do watch Mauler, but that's when you kind of, because you're being a nerd, and you're being.
He just wants to listen to the voice.
I'm in it for the nerd. Well, I'm in it for the nerd aspect. For the long form critiques and stuff. Like on your channel, what was it? Charles, the one film about the stalker. I can't remember.
Narrow
what
it
was
down.
Called. No, exactly right. No, the recent one.
The one that my wife did.
Yeah.
Greta.
Yeah, Greta. There you go. Greta, the way she broke down the movie was really compelling to me.
Yeah, she's really good. She's much better than I am as far as making cohesive statements are concerned.
So
I don't know what that means.
I really appreciated. I really appreciated her critique. I would call that a critique.
Do you know who her co-writer was?
No. You?
Man.
It had a bit. It had a bit of you in it, so I assumed it was.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Look at you, you're blushing. Charles is blushing.
He's famous.
Damn it! I should have shut up. Okay, so.
Anyways,
yeah.
I have a thing to answer Kitte's initial question as to whether or not we prefer critique or review. I would take the position that I prefer critique because I enjoy learning and trying to understand how and why things work. Whereas with regard to review, I tend to know more or less what I intend to see, what I intend not to see, and what interests me. But something I really wanted to say to Charles this week, and I was too awkward to actually message you. I forget what it was that you had said last think, but I wanted to say in regard to EFAP and more specifically to Mahler's videos, an aspect of why I enjoy his Unbridled series is coming from the position of an artist, as someone who writes and acts as best I can. I aspire to the level of detail that he gets into in his videos.
As a viewer, yeah.
Because I believe when creating, everything is important. Every word choice, every sentence, everything. And I think it's just, there's something aspirational to me about the detail that he gets into.
If a director and a cinematographer combine to make a film that speaks, a picture's worth 1,000 words. That in film, it goes a very long way. If a director manages to get all of that done with one shot, is that enough for you? Without words being said?
Yes. Like my mind goes to the Joker. I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, it's fine. I feel like in regards to EFAP and Mahler, the visual storytelling elements don't get covered, if at all.
Right.
No, they care about script.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
I'm in the wrong group right now.
I do tend to. I do tend
Patrick
to
said,
believe.
No.
Sorry, go on.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make a clip out of that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've definitely covered it before, but I think Andrew knows it a little bit better.
Well,
yeah, their focus definitely is the writing.
They
prioritize that. Everything else is sort of in aid of the story, in their opinion. Doesn't that sound about right, Andrew?
Well, no. Okay, so they actually do praise visual storytelling, and they will actually criticize something for like the for when they feel like a movie is telling and not showing, right? This was actually a disagreement over what is it, like the, what do you call it, the memory store scene. They felt like even though they were like showing
that fucking bullshit. I remember
like
that
stuff, right? In the Multiverse of Madness, right? They had the what do you call it? They had
the plot relevancy store,
right?
Yeah,
exactly, right. And it was, what is it? Even though it was visual, it was still a kind of like telling the audience instead of like showing, right? Instead of like visually like showing what was going on, it was like screaming directly at the audience about what's going on and what to care about. And so they had a problem with that, with the lack of subtlety, and they love.
I think Charles
subtlety.
is more talking about like the way they would like frame a shot, or like the way that they would use like different lenses. But you're right, like they do touch on visual aspects of it, but it doesn't seem to be like the filmmaking aspects of it. So it is kind of different than like some critiques through it, but you're right. They're not devoid of talking about the visual.
No, I've definitely heard that too. That was just one example, but they definitely, I have heard them talk about like when like a character like moves through a scene and behaving like a certain way, and they don't have to tell the audience, oh, I got into an accident, right? Because they just have them, with a crutch limping along. They don't have to, tell the audience about the way the character is. I mean, these kinds of aspects of characterization, these aspects of characterization where you're showing the audience the way that the character is, instead of just having the character themselves or a different character say those words out loud, are things that they praise. Is when it's done visually rather than done through what do you call it, rather than through dialogue, through exposition. So I mean,
and they'll criticize something for the visuals.
If you're talking about though specific cinematic language, about like having a, let's say, a Dutch angle and what that can communicate to a scene, they do have a lack of that kind of appreciation.
That's what I was going to say.
That's an issue for film.
Right. Yeah. And that is fair. That's a fair critique.
Yeah. I
of their content.
I think, Charles, you do bring up a good point. I do think that Mahler could, or the EFAP crew could, spend a bit more time on.
I wouldn't if I had that size an audience. I wouldn't touch a thing.
Fair.
Well, some of his essays are a little bit different too. Like Fawful brought up like his one on the father. That one he does like actually touch on like camera placement and how it gets a little bit more confusing as the film progresses. But it's definitely not a main focus. And he's not talking about like, okay, so they're using this type of lens in this scene. They went to this weird ass one in this scene. Yeah, it's not the focus, but yeah, I would be hard pressed to say that like it's just a review of the movie. Like he is critiquing details of it. So for me, it would be either a critique or a video essay, depending on which one they're doing. But I don't know. Would you view it as something other than a critique, Charles?
All right. So this shot from Inglourious Bastards tells you
I love this scene.
Much more than anything you need to hear. Can you explain what it is, Drew?
Well,
Drew?
like yeah. So one, the fact that it's well, I mean, yes, it's screaming the pain, right? But like the fact that it's at an angle, it's trying to communicate the
Distress.
I can feel it intuitively better than I can say it out loud, but
you can word it.
The
okay, so I'll do it. With the movie muted, you don't need to hear their dialogue because it is presented, as far as everybody in the room that isn't Brad Pitt is concerned, it's Dutch. The horizon is not straight. His finger is clearly in I forgot her character name, but Diane Kruger's leg.
No, not Shoshana. Not Shoshana.
Oh no, Shoshana's the movie theater one.
Yeah.
So she's in agony, and Brad Pitt, as far as the screen is concerned, he's straight up. He's upright. He's in control. She's not. And that's all you need to know about that scene without hearing them speak to one another.
No, the blocking, the blocking tells a story. Indeed, yeah.
So is the old man a little bit in control? He's almost straight up. Sorry.
He's trying to comfort her.
There's somebody holding his shoulder.
Okay.
I don't know if this is relevant or if I should say this. As I talked about it before, I don't know anything about movies. It's not my topic. I'm not good at it. But even when I look at this picture, I immediately feel like, oh, I'm dragged down a little bit with this woman because of the tilt of the camera. Like I'm more in touch with the old. She's lying of the like. That's what immediately clicks in my brain. That's my intuition based upon it as someone who doesn't know anything about movies. So yes, and that's what is important about it. That's what it means to do.
I like that.
Like 12 Monkeys is just like full of shots of that.
Yeah.
But,
sorry, I've been just like thinking about like the blocking in the scene. I mean, you say that about like Brad Pitt and I can't remember her name, but
Diane Kruger.
Thank you. The blocking of the rest of the characters also tells a story, like how they are not, like you said. I mean, he's in control. One, because he's right there. He's in the foreground, but like even the background characters being he's got his hand on the guy's shoulder. He's stationary. He's unconcerned. Whereas the other in the brown jacket, I'm blanking.
Oh, Eli Roth.
But, Eli Roth.
He's visibly angry.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
it's part of his character.
I mean, the emotion. I mean, but even that, just like the way he's like leaned over her, he's like showing concern, right? Whereas the guy in the background, he's up straight. His posture is up straight. He has a totally different mannerism. And the fact that he's far back and not next to her, also. I mean, you can learn a lot about the characters and what is being communicated by paying attention to these
kind of discussion.
Subtle differences.
Yeah, all the comments from B.R. Wood down at 550, Fawful, Darling, they're all right on. I would agree with everything that's being said there. It kind of shows the stress and how things have gone wrong in one shot. It's in a rush to stress. It also gives more weight to the pressing the bullet, which I didn't mention, but she's got a bullet hole in that shin there, and he's pressing it down, and she's in agony.
That's why I've been out of the tab for a while.
And yes, we are EFAPing the frame, and that's like this is something that's something that I really wish as film critics they would discuss the art of visual storytelling, because you don't need to discuss a scene if they're doing something really with the camera. Oh, sure.
I'm sure they've done it before, but I'm saying, like, you're right. I want
more of this.
I want more of that,
which I think is a fair thing.
Yeah, if you are EFAPing, then definitely let's look at EFAPing.
Look at the frames.
If you are looking at the frames, then yes, then you can have this kind of discussion, and it's so juicy, and I love it, and it's because it's like Hydra said. What this for me, right? I'm not a film critic or whatever, but I like to understand why something made me feel a certain way. That's really like exactly. He doesn't care about
Gray
movies,
said in the
he's like,
chat. Every frame of painting was a very popular cinematography YouTuber, and take that name and kind of never talk about cinematography is kind of frustrating. Because every frame
I can hear it.
Kind of.
That's
They did make
hilarious.
it more popular.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Now,
Hello.
I'll say it again. The EFAP, the Mauler thing. It's entertaining. It's fascinating. It's fun, but there's room for everybody. It's just I don't think that talking about film and never getting to the cinematic element is frustrating.
Yeah. No, I definitely feel that.
Yeah, I can see that.
And talking about
So would you label that something other than critique, though, if they don't mention that, but they are critiquing other elements of the film?
Well, would you consider what you just did a critique? You took this one scene and sort of analyzed it and asked
I don't know how to make this better. What am I criticizing? Like I'm not.
No,
it's a rhetorical question.
You're just highlighting. Okay.
Charles, all at the same time, criticism is not always a bad thing. It's just the term.
Yeah,
it has a bad stigma around it, but that's what therapy's for, right?
I guess. But yeah.
So if I may, I heard a great saying about this quickly, but it's relevant. I don't remember who said this, but I think they are right. Criticism is like rain. Too little of it, and you will dry out because you will never understand what you're doing wrong, and too much of it, and you will succumb to your internal struggle to figure out like what is happening.
Is a critique just purely negative? You could critique something for all the positive aspects of the film.
Yeah, that's what they would.
I just like to be negative.
Well, a lot of people.
And you know what? And you know what? Disparu at least says that. He's like, I like shitting on films. He's like, he's not going to talk about things he likes. Because he's like, no, I can't make jokes about what I like. So
I've heard that as a defense for Mauler's sort of style in my comment section when I criticized Mauler's video. That he's like, Mauler just rips into things.
I think the noise gate got you.
I heard it.
No, we got that.
Okay.
I was wondering where it came from. Now it's
me.
Mystery.
Because I was lifting myself up. Okay, so now listen. Let's contextualize.
Robert Richardson is the cinematographer. He was nominated for an Oscar that year. Lost to Avatar. Sorry.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Well,
you see that?
That film was groundbreaking.
I didn't mean to shit on your head there.
No, you didn't have to shit on my head. It was fine.
How dare you shit on her head?
Well, it's great conditioner.
It's just such a funny term.
Sorry about that.
Love the visual.
Well, next time somebody, like, because I say that all the time, like, why are you shitting on me? And like, actually just...
It's even more visceral when you're shitting on someone's head.
When you just have somebody who's like bending over, kind of like the tentative weird bend over where it's supposed to do when you shit on someone.
Clip it, CT.
Okay.
Quaddy
anyway, so I wanted to look. We have spoken a little bit about it, like contextualizing our opinions of what film critique is, and we kind of have, as Hydra was talking about criticism. Let's get that on. Let's talk about that for the next few minutes, and then we'll bring in the whole Stuckman debacle. So my question is, that criticism? I'm not going to give you a banner. It's fine. Because I'm just asking you. I'm basically asking, what is it okay to critique, to give bad like? Is it okay to spend time on films you don't like, and do it?
I think it's completely fine.
Yeah.
I'll give an example. I'm a big One Piece fan. All right, I love One Piece. I read current. I love watching critiques of people that hate the series or people that obviously do not actually read the series but have opinions on it. I love seeing their air quotes analysis. It's sometimes even 2 to 3 hour long videos where they're talking about a subject that they don't know much about, and I just love to consume that. That makes sense, right? I'm not going crazy, right?
No, not at all.
No.
And so what do we think about the film critics that do spend a lot of time most of the time they're spending a lot of time on films they don't like instead of spending time on films they do.
I think it makes sense. It gets a lot of clicks. Like nobody wants to hear like this film is great. Watch this. This sucks or this is the worst thing ever. And that's why all the thumbnails are usually people with like sad faces and their thumbs pointing down. I don't think
pays
there's
to be a
anything wrong with it.
contrarian
It's not
as
what
well.
Yeah, it's not what I like to click on, but like clearly a lot of people are. So I don't know. I like to hear like why somebody loves a certain film and what they're getting out of it, but I don't know. It doesn't seem to get clicked on as much. So yeah, I'd say it's fair game. Like go about it. A lot of times you can get some really good information out of people's criticism. If they keep saying this is not good storytelling, it probably wasn't the best storytelling. I don't know. I've learned a lot from criticism.
If they can't explain why it's bad storytelling, that's a problem.
Yeah, but if the majority of the audience is saying, I can't understand what you're trying to do here, like you probably didn't do it well. Unless it's meant to be ambiguous and weird. I don't know.
I think.
Well, what if you're trying to introduce new ideas, critical ideas to an audience that might not understand, not have the baseline understanding for where your criticism is coming from? There is that possibility there. Just there's different levels of criticism.
Yeah.
There's a baseline criticism that's anyone can understand, and there's something you need to go to school for to understand, like the Dutch angle with some of this film criticism.
I guess what's your project supposed to be for? If it's for mass consumption, then it does kind of matter what like the general interpretation
mass consumption.
is.
You'll
but it
want
just depends
to,
what you're trying to do.
Yes.
But okay, when it comes to art, right? Sorry, Charles.
No, go ahead.
Because I was going to start directing it to you because you're talking about the art form and things like that, right? So when it comes to art, you are always exposing yourself to criticism. You're exposing yourself to being evaluated.
He has that reputation.
Because you're showing, you're showing yourself. You're doing something, right? So you are putting in a lot of effort into something, and yes, people can be horrible in response. But they should be allowed to do that, right?
Sure.
Look, don't harass people for their movies being bad, but it's not harassment to say their movie is bad. Like it's not. I don't see that. That's doesn't make sense. Like that. That's
only evil people don't like my movies.
But
How
what
dare you?
if you spread something that's untrue and say this movie's bad because of this lie I'm telling? Just putting that out as a hypothetical.
Art is subjective. You can believe that it's wrong for a reason, but it's not what the director intended. Doesn't mean that you get a different feeling from the movie.
I'm more thinking trying to talk about the intent of the author, like the intent of the author of the piece of media.
Objective.
And this was his intent. Yeah, the objective thing. This is what this director was going for. Okay. And this is how he failed. If that was not actually the author's intent for that piece of media, that would be what I would consider a bad piece of media.
Yeah,
I mean, a bad piece of criticism. Sorry.
They have plausible deniability there. They go, well, I thought that this is his intent. If they go and say, no, he said this, and he did not say that, then okay, but then also that's where we go, okay, cool. Then we have, that's what the lovely thing of YouTube is where you can have.
Thank you very much, Dorcas.
People.
It is sort of what BMO was talking about earlier, about people who know nothing about it and just saying, it's the same thing what BMO was talking about. But he enjoys it, so there is an audience.
I enjoy it because of the cringe it provides, not because it's good critique. That's the difference. So I don't really have a problem with people being specifically negative, especially if it's like what their MO is. There's a whole audience thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of do have a problem with it. I made Charles watch this video of a particular creator who apparently they'd like to go to comedy clubs to watch comedians bomb. I don't know. I kind of hate that. I guess that would be like somebody going like hoping for the wreck at like a race or something.
I feel like I would be that
person. Why I judge that so much. I hate you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's not specifically me to watch people bomb, but it's more like maybe I spend too much time at that one bar. That could be a different story, different problem.
I don't know. I don't like that. Yeah.
You don't like.
But the wanting to watch a train wreck in slow motion, I am a victim of wanting to watch.
No, I think we all want to do that. We all
horribly
do like
go wrong.
rubbernecking at the crash or something, but you're
yeah,
not
that's
going
a certain
to
bias.
You don't want to see anything like actually succeed. Like the only thing you're going for is to watch people bomb.
I wouldn't call you an enthusiast of that art. Is
yeah, like you're an enthusiast of bombing.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know.
Here's a question, right? Okay, I am currently reading this web novel on Webtoon, right? And I think it's pretty trash. But I'm reading it for two reasons. One, to see if it gets better, and two, I'm like I have this feeling like it's trash, and I'm like, okay, what is this comic doing that's making me feel this way? What are the elements that are going on that I feel like aren't working? And what is working? What has at least grabbed my attention enough to make me invested enough to see if it gets better? Right? And so even though I'm like there for it being bad, in a sense, I am. It's more than just like getting this like morbid, like
yeah.
I don't know what the word is, but like this negative,
so
seeking negativity.
It's going to affect what you feel about it too. If you go into a piece of work with a preconceived notion of what you're doing, what your narrative is for continuing that project, you're already slightly rooting for it to not be good at that stage. You already have your motive in place, and it just doesn't. How you're going to interpret it is already kind of colored.
Yeah, if you go in with the intent to find someone who's bad, you're probably going to find someone who might not be bad, but you're going to perceive it as that.
Okay. No,
that's what you're looking for.
I definitely agree, and there are studies behind that where I actually watched a little something on this where researchers like said that they wanted to study how how employers reacted to women with facial scarring.
Oh yes,
right, and so then they put scar makeup on the women, and they said, they showed them this is on your face, this is what you'll look like when you're in the interview, right? And pay attention to how the interviewer is perceiving you. What are they saying? This kind of stuff.
Is that fiction though?
Wait. And so what they did though is then right before they left to go, right before they went in to do the interview, they said, "Oh, we're going to touch it up," and then they removed the makeup. So the women went in thinking that they had scar makeup on, that they were scarred and disfigured, but they weren't. And so then when they came back and they reported all the negative behavior and all the bias that the interviewer had towards their disfigurement, right? That was all their perception because the
like what they do with medication,
wasn't there.
Sugar. Yeah.
Placebo.
Yeah, the placebo effect, essentially, just in a different shape.
Right. So this is what you're talking about when you're saying that a person is going in looking for something. They're going to see it. Right. If you made up your mind before you go see the thing,
sure.
Yeah. Then you're going to go in. You're going to find flaws, even if technically they're not. Maybe they're not even there. Maybe you're coloring everything in this filter of bad.
I mean, it happens in the other direction too. Like if you're going into something thinking it's going to be incredible. I mean, I had episode 1 denial for a while where I was like, yeah, that was incredible. I waited all my life for that. And it was slowly but surely, I was like, no, that
You
was
like Jar
Yeah.
Jar?
really shit.
No.
What
I didn't
about
like
like?
Jar Jar.
I
So
generally
is
dislike
going
what
to
I dislike and rationalize afterwards.
so is going to a film that you know is going to be bad. Like I don't know what kind of comes to mind is like trauma films. Like I like them, but I know that they are like critically not good films like on any level. I don't know, is that the same as like going to a place and watching hoping somebody bombs?
No, you can't
Oh.
say
Yeah,
that.
I don't
Like
think so.
taking enjoyment or liking things that you know are not the or you know that you don't like them because of quality, but for some other reason.
I'm just saying with like a title like Poultrygeist or something like that, it's like you're
Well,
not expecting it to
Okay,
be good.
maybe this is relevant. Let me tell you something. I love Spore, which is one of the shittiest video games ever made compared to what it was advertised as. It is a complete and objective failure and trash at everything that it tried to do, except one, the DLC. But even though I know all of this and how terrible of a game that is and how it fucked everyone over, I still like it. Why? Because I have a lot of very dear childhood memories of playing it with friends of mine and talking about it and making creatures and everything. And I know that I can enjoy it based on reliving childhood memories, creativity, etc., and all of the things that it helped me realize and developed, and be able to enjoy it knowing that its quality is bad. I don't think that's anywhere even remotely close to the ballpark of going to a comedy place with the potential of seeing it fail. Like it's
okay.
you finding other sources of enjoyment.
Here's
I
a
think-
question for everyone that Hydra's sort of bringing up. The marketing. The marketing's hype gives the people the false impression of what the product's going to be when it comes out. It comes out, it's not terrible, but it's not what the marketing is promising it to be. Do you think it's
marketing is
fair?
usually a different company.
Well,
Yeah,
Vincent,
I'm doing this hypothetical in front of everyone, and you seem to have your answer.
I'm
No,
so
I
glad
agree
you brought
with you, Charles, on that. I'm asking other people.
Dorcas!
Can you criticize something as bad because the marketing promised one thing, but you know what I'm getting at, though, correct?
Vincent, I'm so glad you brought that up, though, because I think it speaks to setting expectations. I wouldn't expect a movie like Poultrygeist to... or I wouldn't hold it to the same standards necessarily that I would a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
So
far less money at the very least.
yeah.
So
Can I piggyback off that real quick? Because there's a great analogy for this. Like, do you think that McDonald's makes good burgers?
you stole my
Yes.
analogy.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Yeah.
Yes.
You wouldn't go there looking for a lobster. And if you're judging
Exactly.
on a lobster,
But you'll still go there and eat that terrible ass burger, knowing what to expect. You go to bad movies expecting a bad movie. That doesn't mean that you hate it. That just means that maybe you enjoy bad movies.
Yeah,
you don't want
I will expected a movie to be good when you went in, and it was bad. You would be like, this movie's terrible.
Right? I will say, with regards to the McDonald's example, I think a lot of people tend to conflate the words bad with serviceable. I would argue that McDonald's makes a serviceable burger.
I definitely don't agree with you, but that's okay.
I
That's
would
a different
argue that they have a
conversation.
delicious product, and I'm loving it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's not good. It's not.
We're not sponsored, by the way.
It's certainly below average.
McNuggets, okay, and the fries.
Mediocre, even.
Fries and McNuggets. The burgers, ugh.
Mediocre is more equivalent to serviceable than bad is. I would argue.
The hell's a gherkin?
It's a pickle.
Gesundheit?
That's a pickle.
You gherkin.
It's a pickle.
Jerking your gherkin.
It's
Sorry.
like a pickle.
I'll mute now.
Okay, just to finish off the whole thing of like negativity and watching something, taking joy in something bombing. I don't think that I don't like that, taking joy in failure, in someone else's failure. Ha ha, lol lol lol. It's more like I don't know. I can't can't stomach that idea of going to watch someone physically in front of me bomb.
Kitty is too pure.
Oh yes, very. It just seems icky. But then again, I'm okay with people looking at films and telling me why they're bad, why they think they're bad.
Would more of an equivalent be like Madam Web's about to come out, it's gonna suck, it's gonna suck, and then it finally comes out and it's like, see, I told you it sucks. Like, isn't that kind of taking pleasure and hoping that it's going to bomb? I don't know. Yeah. I guess I don't see an issue with that as much as I do like the person going to watch live comedy
that's
fail.
What I'm saying. For me, the watching comedy fail thing really is a very personal thing. It's like about an individual that's right there. And maybe that's what I'm saying. It's something so weird and emotional because it's in the vicinity. I'm literally in the room with them, and it's a live performance right in front of me that wasn't edited. That like. I don't know, just the proximity effect of it.
You got to at least be open to the idea that your mind can be changed, that you could be wrong, that that it might not be as good as you think it is, or that if you're with low expectations, that it actually could surprise you. If you're not open to the idea that the film could surprise you, then it's a waste of experience at the very least, and you're not seeing the film for its own worth. I would say, if you've made up your mind going in, you decide that it's gonna either be good or it's gonna be bad, then you're just not.
Yeah, you can. If you go in with the preconceived notions, you might not see the good qualities. You might only see the negative qualities within whatever piece of media that you're going into.
Yeah, I think that's the important part is being open to being surprised.
Yeah, like being like for me, I thought Barbie was gonna be the worst thing for me. I really thought I was just gonna spend the whole time rolling my eyes, but I actually enjoyed it. So I suppose, as much as I had a preconceived notion, I knew I still was open in the film. I was open to it working.
There's nothing better than expecting something to suck and being pleasantly surprised with any piece of artwork.
Yeah.
You're right.
I had so many of those last year. But yeah, I think Barbie was the biggest as well. Like Barbie's The Holdovers, I thought that one was just going to be some cheesy happy holiday flick, and I loved it, but apparently it's very controversial now. So but Barbie was the best one. Wait, well, he's being charged for plagiarism, and then he's already a controversial director, so there's that.
Cover band.
Yeah, it was a good one though.
Okay. So are we ready for the Stuckman things? What can somebody who wants to recap what happened? Vincent, you seem to be very good at the drama recap. Would you like to recap it for us, or?
Oh, I haven't been keeping up with Stuckman.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Gray could, or Charles, but I know the Catru is a bit sleepy. That's the only reason I haven't asked.
So Chris Stuckman was a YouTube movie reviewer for at least a decade, and decided to go to film school within the last 5 years or so. Has directed a independent horror film, and the claim was that since I know how it is to make movies, I'm only going to celebrate movies, and kind of threw shade at the studio filmmaking process. And yeah, that's not film criticism, which people have, however you feel about the terminology, have had a bit of a stink to throw his way, because he did get a lot of his opportunities from his YouTube fame, and his YouTube fame is based on film criticism. Again, he only went to film school within the last 5 years. He wrote a book about what movies to see from the 21st century before going to film school.
That might be a little generous when you're saying like okay, I'm being an ass. He did publish a book that has pages in it that do say that, but it's very pamphlet-esque.
Oh
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
No pamphlets.
uninformed. Would that be generous?
That is
yeah.
accurate.
I mean, like it's like a blurb about each movie.
Sure.
Seems to be it, and they're movies that he enjoyed. So I don't know. I guess if somebody wants that type of merch, like hell yeah. But it seems not as high effort as like say like Leonard Maltin's Guide to the Movies or something like that.
Right. The other thing is a lot of people just want the McDonald's hamburger version of movie reviews. A lot of people aren't film enthusiasts, which is, completely understandable, completely fair. But I think he titled it like the movie buff something list, the movie bus. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it definitely had the wrong marketing, that's for sure. But it was like a bucket list or something like that.
Right. That's what it was.
The Film Buffs bucket list is what it's called.
Yeah. And he definitely, what is it? He said so little about films that it's like, what are you really getting from this guy that you can't get from like the back of a movie, like the back of the press release, essentially.
Yeah, and to be fair, this was 8 years ago when he released that. That was 2016. So
no, that's not fair.
I don't know. It wasn't as big a thing
at the time. It was bad at the time.
Fair enough. It was kind of cutting edge at the time, though. There were not a lot of film reviewers on YouTube.
I would say
maybe by the time he was like 2 years into it.
It was an underdeveloped market, but it was not cutting edge.
Fair enough. Yeah, I definitely don't think that he kind of like reinvented the wheel or anything like that. But I don't know. I had kind of had this situation framed to me, and I gotta be honest, I was a little more against him than I am now. So I guess the controversy came 2 years ago. He released a video saying that he was no longer going to do negative reviews. And previously he had an entire series called Hilariosity Reviews, where it was just, these movies are so bad, it's funny. And he would, critique.
Those were the only reviews I ever bothered to watch.
They were some of his highest rated ones, and they are still up on his channel. So for changing his view on it, he doesn't want to lose those views, so to speak.
He wants the cash in his accounts. Yep. Sure.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I would probably do the same. And when you actually see what he did and what he said, like, it is a little bit different. But so like 2 years ago, he said he wasn't going to do negative reviews anymore. And then Madam Web came out, and he did kind of a clickbaity title on it.
Kind of.
And he basically, well, when you watch that video in its entirety, he is not praising any aspect of the film. It still is kind of a negative review without, he's very,
I have to talk about this.
Nice. And yeah. So I believe it just titled Madam Web, we need to talk about this?
No, the title was just I have to talk about this. Not Madam Web.
I have to talk about this. Yeah, you're right. And it had the picture of Madam Web in the background.
Yeah.
So everyone was feeling like he was trying to essentially like have his cake and eat it too, if you will, that he was not doing negative reviews, but somehow he's having this video that's clickbaiting, talking about Madam Web, which everybody else.
Well, within the first 10 minutes of that, he's playing cover for the movie being bad. He's saying, "Oh, studio mismanagement. We need to make sure that the women here are the most known here. These are actually really good actors. It's not a bad movie. The studio just made it bad.
It's the studio's fault."
There's a loophole around that too. If a director disowns what is done with their work, they just give a John Doe, which has been done plenty of times before. If the director really didn't like the way the studio put the film together, they can just have their name as Jane Doe or whatever. So,
it's a little bit harder in some cases. Like David Ayers had a lot of trouble with Suicide Squad. Like I think he wanted his name off of that. And then also now I'm forgetting her name again, but the director of the Marvels, she basically was saying that she did not. It's not her film, it's Marvel's film. They made her cut it down multiple times to where she wasn't comfortable saying that it's her film. But I think due to contractual obligation, she couldn't take her name off of it.
Well, it's like the same thing.
Traditionally, you've been able
with
to.
The Stuckman thing. Yeah, you'll take the money, but
well,
you won't take the credit if people don't speak up. Well, the studio interfered with this. If it's something that is praised,
because
then you just take it.
Yeah.
But when there's a problem, you're like, well, the studio was involved with everything, so you're gambling.
This
gambling.
reminds me of that other video, that other debate we watched the other day.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, about the studio interference, where we were like, it's sounding a bit like Cope. And it also just is like, that doesn't invalidate the critique of whatever was put out by the studio. If it's whoever its revolted is, it's still bad, okay? And you know what? Yes, there is a bit of, if your name is on it, you are taking the money, and you're right, you're taking the money and the credit, whether it's bad or not.
Yep.
So yeah, the fact that your name is on it, you're gonna have to deal with that. I feel like it's like saying, oh, well, we worked so hard on this thing. I wish that's great. Sorry, we worked so hard on this. Please don't criticize us for it. It's like, oh, it's so hard to make films. Yes.
Okay, so how do you feel about, or how would you feel, I suppose, because you may not be aware of it, but the Hellboy reboot director actually really didn't like it. Now, it's or so it would seem, that he actually praised a YouTube critic when they were tearing down the film. The YouTube critic praised one scene, and he's like, "Thank you. That was actually about the only scene that I had control over. The studio controlled everything else." Now he didn't seem to be making any excuses. He said, well, I mean, I guess that is a sort of an excuse.
The studio like that is pretty.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, he's not on Twitter. He's not going everywhere saying this. He was just kind of like, in reference to this one guy's critique, he left a message for him or something. He communicated that to him.
Plus, there's people that don't mind being a hired gun. What the hell's his name? Famously didn't mind being do whatever to tell me, and I'll direct your stupid movie.
Copa would know.
Thank you, Copa Ex Machina.
And someone brought up Trauma, which produces just slop. They purposely slop sometimes. They're fine with it. A lot of slasher
James
films.
Gunn got his start there. Okay, Romeo and
yes,
Juliet.
I'm aware of that. Yes, there's probably a lot of talented people who started out there. Get out their edgy side, you know. I mean, I'm fine with Chris having his opinion, but he can't say you can't criticize him for his opinion. That would be antithetical to his business model. Okay. And it does bring up this sort of discussion people have on YouTube. This is how things work on YouTube. People bring up certain issues and people sort of discuss this online, give their criticisms, give their thoughts on it. This is sort of how the internet works as a way. Sometimes having a bad take or even a bad movie, a conversation about almost anything bad can lead to positive outcomes. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't in most cases.
I don't think Sandler produces the movies that he makes. I don't think he directs them, but he'll take the executive producer money.
Yeah. And there's been some good, what do they call it? Happy Madison films.
Sure.
A few of them.
It's been a while, but yeah.
I like Grandma's Boy. Okay. It's a decent one.
Oh,
I'm really starting to hate
like
mobile
Grandma's
StreamYards.
It was complete and utter garbage, but it embraced its garbage. Grandma's Boy.
Yeah. So
it was technically well made. The shots were in focus.
So
It's not just
Stuckman.
shots. Sorry.
I'm just busy.
Yeah, I wish I could remember this. I had the bridge media training for my course, so plus my memory shit. But yes,
I have a question, Vincent. Actually,
sure thing.
Did Stuckman ever say that he's free from criticism on this? I just want to be sure that I understood you correctly.
I'm not aware of that. Okay, so
he has never said anything like that.
So you were making the assertion that was okay.
What he said is a more
Nerd.
reasonable position. It's more, I don't like being negative anymore. I don't want my channel to go in that direction. I would like to do more film appreciation. So it's not
more like I'm trying to get into the industry. Please hire me.
I don't want to do that.
Right. That's exactly what it sounds like.
That's
Yeah. And if he tried to be like, these people shouldn't criticize me, definitely people going down his throat. I mean,
he is a member of SAG-AFTRA, so
that's
I don't
an
know.
actors guild.
I know. So he could that could say he's already in the industry then.
Is he in the DGA or the PGA?
I don't know. I've just seen the video where he talked about SAG-AFTRA and that he's a member.
Oh, you watch his videos.
He wants SAG actors in his films.
I used to watch Chris Stuckman's videos. Yeah. Used to be an avid watcher of his for just stuff I can turn my brain off and just have that playing in the back.
When did you stop
Can you watch
being
my
a
back catalog then, please?
fan?
I can't say I was really ever a fan. It's just that I would watch his videos. There's a lot of people I watch on YouTube. I think it was around the 2018 or 19 era.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was within the last 2 years when he's kind of stopped doing the negative reviews, but
his older stuff was
before
better.
His older stuff I actually did enjoy a bit, that I could watch, and I could watch him actually. He did get a little bit more nitty gritty into the movies, and I didn't even know that he was still making content until I saw your supercut and saw that he gained a lot of weight in the last few years.
Being happy.
Well, he's had a kid and a wife, that does that to people.
I'm not making fun of him. He just looks different.
Yeah.
He just looks different. Okay. So wait. Okay. So there's the basics. Says he did a flip flop because he's like, oh, now I want to be in the industry. So hey, everybody, be kind. Criticism is bad. Okay. Being bad criticism. Oh no. Horrible.
I don't even think he said that. You could pull that out of what he said, but he's saying personally he's not going to do it. But then he did this review, and that seems like a tease. That's my impression of it.
He didn't turn AdSense off on that.
So my question is, what did the rest of film YouTube do? What was the drama there?
Holy shit! They did the same thing for him. There was some ridiculous takes. Somebody actually said it's like if Eminem was known for saying the N-word in his rap and decided to start saying, you know what, I'm not going to say the N-word anymore, which is ridiculous. Why? What? That is not what he's doing, first of all, but shows where you're going.
They just want Stuckman to say the N-word, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
the reverse iDubbbz.
That seems like a comparison. Okay, so this not say the N-word.
No.
Okay, why did you go for the N-word one? What's the difference?
So what? A negative film criticism, like saying the N-word in a song?
No. What I'm saying is,
white people can't do it.
Remember one of the things that Eminem says in his song is like, Will Smith doesn't have to curse in his raps to sell records or whatever. And then he goes, well, fuck him and fuck you too. That whole thing, right? So if he said he was not going to curse in his records anymore, is that still a comparison, right?
I don't know. It's like
no.
That's why it's like a weird
that's really loaded language. I will agree with Charles. That is extremely loaded language for that.
And it's
because it just seems to be a parallel.
It's somebody that I would argue is a moron to begin with. So just a really brain dead take.
So you're saying, Charles, that you're saying it's a false equivalency, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I would agree with that. False? That's just.
What, because of the sorry, I'm an idiot. Because of the what do you call it? The magnitude difference, the principle.
It's using an extreme to make a point, but the extreme is like it's not properly representative of the other point.
Yeah, it's like bringing out a serving tray for a cup of coffee. Just what?
Yeah.
Okay, so
if I brought something out that was like this size, like go ahead, put your coffee on.
There you go. Okay.
You don't give the respect
Well,
and style that
the
coffee
criticism-
deserves.
I'm going to try and steelman this, actually. Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
there are many fans of rap that especially the people I know that are really big fans of rap, that if there's no swearing in rap, they say it's not rap. Or that there's no one saying the N-word, it's not rap. If I were to use
how
that
do
as
they
the
get that
example,
standard? Yeah, that is
because that's what the majority is.
This is my thing.
The majority, that sort of limits the art form, though, saying this sort of art needs to be done in this particular way. That's one of my problem with critics, when they get the idea in their box that art needs to be done in a particular way, and it can't deviate. It has to stay in this little box. I understand you have that preference, especially for this particular genre, and in some cases I can see your point and I can agree, but you can't. It's like using one lens to judge everything, a broad brush to
Vincent, I have a question.
mandate.
If you were to take ketchup and put sugar in it and mustard in it, is it still ketchup?
Matters how well you mix it together. Okay.
Oh God,
if you mix it together so that it looks exactly like ketchup, but it still tastes like mustard with too much sugar in it, is it still ketchup?
Called secret sauce.
No.
It's called secret sauce.
It would be a hybrid. It would be a combination. You can't say I have a oxygen molecule and a hydrogen molecule and I put it together to be water. Technically it's hydrogen and oxygen, but it combines together to become something different. It has the same elements. Are you just trying to create a false equivalency to something I don't know about, or just?
No, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what it is you're saying here, because at first I heard what you said, and it sounded like you were saying that labels don't matter, and I think labels do matter. That's why
labels
in a roundabout way.
Important. Okay, but when people have a rigid idea of what something should be, when it not necessarily needs to be that thing. Okay.
Actually, that's a really good comment, by the way.
Right. So, going off of what Copia said, Stuckman shouldn't be recognized by Rotten Tomatoes. He should change the description on his channel, and if he's just going to celebrate film, celebrate it, but don't consider himself a film critic, because if you're only giving one thing, not even indifferent, just I'm celebrating film. Here's good stuff that I watch. It's way too pandering, because we know what.
Okay, I have another question actually. Then, have you ever heard of Cinema Wins?
The who? What?
Yes.
Cinema Wins.
Cinema Wins.
Oh, it's the counter to CinemaSins.
Yes, and he actually does have some analysis in his videos where he's actually analyzing the videos, giving some good critique from what I've seen, depending on what the video is. But most of the time, it's almost 100% always in a positive light. Does that devalue it?
Well, it's slanted from the name itself. It's slanted.
Oh, for sure.
It's called everything great about. It does everything great about, and then I think it's the same people. They do everything wrong with, and
it's not the same people.
That
does
the same expectations.
Which is,
I mean, it's definitely a form. It's definitely a format, but
yes, it is.
Is it good criticism?
Oh, there's
Probably
TV
not.
sins as well. Sorry, I'm confusing the fact that they made TV sins.
Not even cinema.
Oh yeah, that's a thing that exists.
Criticism.
CinemaSins is funny. That's all I'll
not
give
film
it.
criticism. It's just like
it's fun.
Dick breaking. It's like yeah, okay.
That's just a list. Okay.
I watch it for horror films because it's like, haha. I see what I do with horror films with CinemaSins is everything wrong with it. So I'm like trying to find all the times that I said that's stupid, that's this, that's that. I want to see if I got them all. So I go and watch after. It's like my main thing is I go and find if there's.
But you have a problem with somebody going to a comedy club specifically to dislike it. Interesting.
because and I did specifically to dislike it. That's what I'm saying. Like I've watched the film, and then I'm like, oh, I picked that out, and then I went this way, and I went here, and I did that. And I'm like, cool.
I can understand where Kid is coming from. Cinema
Dork.
Sins and Cinema Wins does the same thing for everything. Okay. I can understand where kids
Right, but
coming
to
from.
go back to the McDonald's hamburger situation, horror movies rarely are they a steak. They're more often a happy meal. They're not
Low
supposed
budget.
to be judged like that.
Maybe that's why I'm
Yeah.
comfortable with that. Yeah.
I mean, there
Like,
are
I
some
don't watch-
really good horror films out there,
I don't
but
watch
Sure.
Oppenheimer and be like, oh, I need to go and find the cinema sins for Oppenheimer. Unless there's something that has irritated me in a movie, I go because what I need is catharsis. Okay, so I need to go and find people that are saying the thing that I think. So I go and I look through it, and then sometimes
Echo chamber? Echo chamber.
sometimes
Echo chamber?
yeah, echo chamber. No, but sometimes I am proven
Echo
wrong.
chamber.
Other times I'm just like, listen, I want to
Echo
see if there's
chamber.
other people that had my same bravery. Fuck off you.
So it's not necessarily an echo chamber, because she would have to experience a bunch of opinions that are not necessarily her own in
Until
order
I
to find
found
the
the
one that
one.
agrees with her.
Usually, yes. Usually I'm just like, okay, I need to. That's how I found Disparu. That's how I found Night's Watch, because I was looking for people that could tell me I'm not crazy for hating Wheel of Time,
Yeah.
the TV show.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
that's
I
why
just need-
all
You are
those
indeed not crazy
subreddit
for
that's
hating
anyone
that,
with
like,
common
god-awful
sense,
show.
though, okay?
No.
No,
I just
Gray
keep
liked
seeing-
that show, didn't he?
He had hope for it for a few episodes. Like, I tried to have
Which
hope
I don't want to
for,
misrepresent you, Gray. Go ahead.
Which show was it? Are you talking about Wheel of Time?
Oh,
That's-
Wheel of Time.
that's
Season
exactly
2.
it. That's
Season
exactly
2,
for
to
me,
be
Coco.
precise.
I wanted to be
being
positive because there were elements that could have been cool, and I think in the entire series there's like one good episode, but yeah, they just completely do not understand the characters. So no, it is not a good thing, and sadly everyone's going to remember that instead of the actual book. So that makes me sad, but it's better than the Billy Zane version we got in like the early 2000s or whatever.
I didn't even know that one existed, honestly, until it was
Well, I'm
mentioned.
glad
It was a TV
no one-
infomercial that was produced to retain the rights to it, but it's like
Yeah.
just the prequel. It's weird.
I'm glad no one recognizes
Yes.
Foundation series done by Apple Plus. Okay, I'm glad no one even knows about that. Like,
I
Five
do,
people.
and I fucking hate it. I love Foundation so much. I love it. It was one of the first books my grandmother gifted me. It was amazing. I loved it. Immediately fell in love with that series. Also, just as of generally being the Chad grandfather of science fiction. Awesome stuff.
fair
Check
enough.
it out. And essentially, I was extremely scared already when they announced that there was going to be a Foundation TV series, because it would be very difficult to maintain a good TV series about it due to
And
the
you
constant
watched it?
shifting perspective. I watched a little bit of it, and what I've
Oh,
seen
God.
was Star Wars. Oh my god, the Imperial fighters are coming, counter them, pew pew pew. Oh my god, the Death Star
God.
is coming, it's going to blow up the planet. Oh no,
he's
the
proving me wrong.
Emperor has ordered the destruction. That's not what Foundation is about.
I know.
You
I just
cannot
saw the
make
review of it. I'm like, pass.
They could. The potential was limitless, but the challenge was also great, because it's something that would not necessarily translate well to a film medium.
No.
It would be really difficult to do, because, as I said, the constant shifting of perspective, how it like traces civilizations throughout time, like how are you going to do that? It's pretty difficult. No really constant protagonist or anything to go with, but instead they just missed the point and made Star Wars but lame.
Oh god.
Kind of. That's what I've seen. Again, I didn't see much of it, so maybe I'm being unfair, but what I've seen was such a gross misrepresentation of everything that Foundation was supposed to be that I turn it off with disgust. That's what essentially happened. I hate it. And even the space combat could have been amazing. Foundation space combat was very unique, and instead they just did Star Wars. Fuck me. Sorry,
it was an
disappointed.
interesting
Very
book
disappointed.
series. I did not realize someone actually watched that series. Okay, I was a fan of Foundation. I heard about the series on Apple Plus. I was like, let me look at a review before I try it. Watched a review. I'm like, no, not even going to attempt to do it. Not going to give them any money. But whoa, Way to go, Hydra, for sticking it in.
I could have explained
all
it
my
better,
negative
but-
bias.
Way to go, Hydra, for sticking it in.
Yes.
You know what? You're so lucky Copa left because he's part of a circle of jerks and they clip that sort of shit. And then they just use it against you. Anyway, so let's get into the video and we'll just jump back into our what we were talking about. Because we did want, listen, we do want to eventually diagram this, but we would diagram a shortened version of it. Let's see if I don't think my macros work on this computer yet.
I did send that shortened version in the group chat.
Yep, the supercut.
I'm just, I need to.
So
Alright,
it's
it doesn't
going to be
include part
a
of this.
diagram of a disaster. Disaster diagram, Chris Stuckman.
Hold on, let me stop. Let me download it and see how it works. Just hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
So,
how's everyone doing?
Just lock me in.
my phone is at 8%.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
Even better.
Once it gets to like,
now.
well, once it gets to like 3 or 4%, I'm definitely gonna probably dip. But
no, we need you to be safe. Yeah.
Dippin' Dots, okay, they're delicious.
Dippin' Dots were awesome back in the day.
This is a horror movie starts. Someone runs out of battery charge, and then suddenly a strange man following them, or a car is going after. Sorry.
Yeah.
Them.
I'm not pretty enough to be followed.
That's what they all think.
Yes, I can
until that
sympathize with
happens. Okay, I'm not open media player. Shit, I don't know how this is gonna work. Okay. We couldn't open as we can't what?
Oh yeah, I like Speed Racer, believe it or not. The movie
Speed Racer is an awesome movie.
It was horrible, but horrible. I liked the movie. Okay. I can admit it was completely horrible. Sometimes
the Wachowskis have such a way of doing effects that is just so wacky. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
That was a good noise.
But really, if you haven't seen Speed Racer, I highly recommend giving it a try because it is the best attempt at trying to make an anime live action. Like it's a really good attempt.
I'm wondering if I should ask you guys about Avatar while we wait for the download.
Avatar. I can give you my 2 cents.
The Last Airbender, that one.
Oh, I didn't try it.
Yeah, I've seen
I hear it makes people cry.
I've seen 4 episodes.
Really bad.
No, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It's garbage.
Look, some
I
of
wouldn't
it's
go so far as to say garbage.
A lot of it's
like,
garbage.
That was M. Night Shyamalan, but
actual Justice Warrior did a review.
It's better than that, but not by a lot.
I think actual Justice Warriors review is decent.
Oh, except for all the times it said Uno reverse. I watched it in Blaine chat with Blaine's little group. Okay.
Blaine's a skateboarder.
I know. Yeah. But I think the actual criticisms of the story, like he's not wrong. Like there's so many unearned parts and they combine so many things. It doesn't really make.
Yes, but the Uno reverse thing was really annoying over and over and over.
Let's go.
I can actually can I just a real Sparks Notes version of what I think about that. Stop trying to change your characters from what they previously are in previous writings just to seem different. Please stop fucking doing that.
It's almost as if people are annoyed with that and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just to seem different. Like half of it is like you're doing it in like 1/3 the time or whatever. It's just so compressed. Nothing breathes. I don't know.
Wheel of Time.
I don't know the purpose.
No, it's just I know that's the usual line that people try to do with Wheel of Time. It's like, get the fuck out, okay? Because you put stuff in there.
Hey, didn't you know that the Wheel of Time show is actually canon because the Wheel of Time is infinite and it's all dumb?
Shut up, Emo!
And it's a different,
no one wants to hear that.
It's another spinning of the wheel.
Technically, they pulled an Uno reverse as well. It's weird. I don't like what they did.
You know what? It's too late at night for me to control
Sometimes
myself.
ignorance is bliss, okay?
What if Aes Sedai were all just girl bosses?
They kind of are,
The
though.
dragon.
That part's
There's more to them than that, though. And not all of them are like weird lesbians. Like, it's just weird.
No, they all have fellow
Battlefield
sisters.
Earth. Never in my life did I ever want to say that title in a video on my channel, but I started a segment entitled Hilariosity Reviews, in which I talk about films that are such atrocities they're hilarious. Here I am to talk about one of the worst films ever made. Now, it's tough to really look at these movies and be like, except with this movie, because this movie's ass and I don't like it at all. X-Men Origins, this was an attempt at a big franchise. I think it failed.
Hot take, I like that movie.
Directing style, CG, acting script.
Yeah,
yes, this film is so intensely bad and so incredibly hilarious that I had to have some help. I had to bring in the cavalry on this one. Who the hell knows what happened with this movie? Probably a lot of studio interference and a lot of people who were just really not capable of making a film. I guess.
Amelie?
And they decided to do whatever.
Yeah, I think that was shown in a film class.
It's the same director who did Amelie.
Hold on. That's a very...
He's not critiquing Amelie right here. He's going to say the title in just a second.
Oh.
But he
That's my fault for cutting that in.
That was shown in a film class to me.
It's a good point.
Yeah, it's a great film.
It literally refers to studio interference.
Well, and that's why I wanted to include this one, because he is talking about studio interference, and this is quite a few years ago. That does seem to be still what he's talking about with Madam Web. But,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's good.
Suddenly it's different.
But why Amelie was included is he was referencing that this is the same director that made that. Somehow they made this, and he's going to say which one it is.
Somehow they made this.
God,
I like that.
I hate this movie. I hate Alien Resurrection. This is an
Alien Resurrection
abomination.
True.
This film has barely a single redeeming quality in it. There is
the best.
Thanks for all right.
I'm still going to make videos. They're just going to be kind of different, and they're not going to be the same as they were before. I think.
Look at how much different he looks.
2 years
Not
ago.
the same.
Yeah.
It looks like someone is cosplaying as Chris Stuckman.
Yes. In a bad movie
kinda
or something.
do that in a
It looks
few-
like
This is over a
somebody
decade.
made him. I'm sorry. I know
People
it's
change.
Listen. I feel always bad whenever we talk about someone's appearance in a negative way, because I don't have a face over here, so it's kind of unfair for me to say all of these things.
Thank you
And
for
have
saying
these
that.
standards, but he legitimately looks like someone else trying to do their best impression of him,
Of the other
or like
person.
somebody making a parody video about him, and this is how I dressed up and made myself look like him. But I don't know. Like, sorry, I just immediately that's
It
the
is
vibe I
interesting.
get.
That's a good.
would
it's
hate
a good
it.
joke.
Yeah, true. And
It's a good joke.
things are getting a little bit more characteristic, but yeah, I would hate it if you could see me over the last decade. There were so many weird changes.
From one
in
ugly
phases
person
and
to
whatnot.
another, Chris Stuckman looks like he's being cosplayed as. That's
Oh,
okay.
we have the
It's okay to make fun of
credentials, so we can
appearances
say
as
it.
long as it's a two-way street.
Okay.
And
But I'm
thank
not
you
showing
for
my
saying
face here. That's a little different.
Okay,
I
guess
disavow.
I think
Just for
everyone
the
can. You
meme.
can use,
Copied
it's a
my
good joke.
take, boo.
Of course I copied your take. It was a good take.
Thank you.
It's a cool. It actually is a really funny joke that a lot of the time our older selves look like our younger selves cosplaying. Like, I like that idea. Our fatter selves are our thinner selves cosplaying. Like,
That's
I
what the
like that
person
idea.
looks like
It's
if they
funny.
try to dress up at you at Comic-Con. That's what it is. That's,
Funny. Yeah, I think it's quite
Well-
a fun. It's just a funny. Listen, it's a funny observation.
he is kind of iconic enough that you could actually do cosplay as him, and somebody would probably get it.
Why
So
not?
that is kind
Exactly.
of cool. But
No, it was a good take because I made it.
I'm cosplaying as Uncle Junior.
I swear I didn't say it, but I love that quote. I'm going to say that now.
it would be strange for me to say, I hope you guys see my new film out on October 23rd. Also, Tom and Jerry is really bad. Like, that would be weird.
Okay, also,
Why?
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Drink is very much now. I mean, he's put his money where his mouth is by actually going and making a film, right? Short film, I
Yeah.
suppose, isn't it?
off of his own book
Somebody-
series.
Yeah, off
Yeah,
his own
somebody
book
asked-
series, exactly.
Somebody asked, I think it was Forful said, or somebody asked, is there a conflict of interest? Because now he's he's in the industry.
Yes, but not in the same way that it would be legally. I mean, if he is working with people and he's critiquing his friends' movies, then that would be definitely a similar conflict of interest. But if there are, like, what is it? If let's say here you had
a president.
Sure, go for it. Take it.
No, I mean, we're going to have standards for conflict of interest for film, but not for politics. Who runs the government?
Yeah, I mean that's
Did
a whole
someone
other
summon
thing.
me?
Please.
Can you imagine how many lives this is saving?
I think there's
people are dying.
A false equivalent, Charles. False equivalent. I'm just saying it.
So I just need to say my phone's about to die, so I'm going to have to say my farewell. So
it was good to have you here, Bimo. We need more of you, okay?
To the Bimo.
It has been fun, guys.
The Bimo.
Auf Wiedersehen. See you guys later. Have a good one.
Peace out.
See you soon.
Goodbye, sir.
I guess we
and then there were 7.
The Magnificent Seven.
Magnificent. Daisy, magnificent. Magnificent. Okay. So wait. What was the conclusion about being in the industry and a critic? I think you want to hear what those people think of a movie, because
I don't know why it's a conflict of interest.
Well, actually, okay, no.
Maybe he'll explain it, okay? Let him talk. Maybe he will explain. Maybe this will all make sense and he will construct a profound worldview where it is all explained why his moral framework produces this result, okay? Maybe he'll tell us.
Well, can anyone think of a director who does criticize film? Like the closest I can come up with is like Scorsese said that Marvel was not cinema. Yeah.
Not cinema.
And that made waves when he said that.
Edgar Wright,
I don't know.
Edgar Wright releases his top 50 films. Granted, not always releases from that year. And Edgar Wright also was slated to make the first Ant-Man. And because there was studio interference, he decided to not direct that film. So it happened.
For sure. And I've definitely seen other directors do the like top 10 list, but have you ever seen them do like a bottom 10 of the year list?
Oh.
Yeah. I guess
because it does seem like you would.
A risk.
Yeah, and people are kind of sensitive and do hold grudges.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Switch industries then.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying like I'm hard pressed to come up with like an example of somebody who's doing both. It's like, oh, fair enough. Brewood is bringing up Ridley Scott. He has actually trashed a bunch of shit, but I think he has enough bona fides that he can kind of do that. But
no, there's also the guy who criticized Marvel films as not being real films. I forget.
Yeah, Scorsese. Well, yeah, we talked about that for a second, and that made waves. I think just truly shitting on somebody else's film, it's just kind of a taboo in the industry, but maybe I'm wrong.
I could understand why something like that would develop, but maybe it's too restrictive. But I fear that the people we are about to see might not be the ones who would be best at having a conversation about this. But it would be an interesting topic, but a lot of people are not willing to poke and prod in this area.
Yeah, this is like a cultural, social thing that enormous.
Yeah, I do hate the people who sort of get famous off of trashing and shit. All of a sudden, once they get big, they're like, I'm not doing this anymore. Okay, it's definitely something that's like,
I don't like
really.
That idea. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people outside of a lot of things. iDubbbz is a good example of that, but plenty of other critics. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I just think from a consumer viewer point of view, so if I'm going to consume a review from, say, Brandon Sanderson of something that he's read, I'd really take what he says about it to be quite valid, and I would like to hear what he thinks of it, you know. So yes, when there are relationships, interpersonal relationships, it does become quite difficult. I think recently I've seen something where they've said Tolkien didn't like Dune, and he actually in a personal letter to someone, he says, listen, I'm just not going to say anything about it. I don't like it, but I'm not going to say anything more. And I guess that's kind of what's happening with these, that happens with these film creators, is that I'm just not going to talk about other film creators. I'm not going to criticize their stuff because I just don't want that noise.
I lost a friend.
But this is a different case. Yeah.
I lost a friend because I was honest about how I didn't feel a movie, and I financially supported that movie. And so he thought he took it personal.
But you've
not gonna lie.
Supported it.
That's always weird. Wow. Okay.
I'll say. It's all right. If that's what you're gonna judge me on, then I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's tough to find that balance.
Be honest about it. Yeah, because you have to find a way to.
It's tough to find that balance between being a supportive friend and a positive person, and also being honest and critical when called upon to. You really have to understand what the other person in the relationship is looking for in any given moment, and you have to consider your own limitations as well as theirs. It's tough. Socialing is hard.
Yeah, god damn it. But I mean, I think that what makes this situation unique is that he was doing this sort of critique stuff before, and now he's changed his tune because of what he started to be a filmmaker. It seems weird. It's like he should. So he's actually realized. Look, kudos to him if he thinks there's something morally wrong with what he was doing before. But
take him down.
Like he needs to take that down. He needs to stand by that. You know, like you're allowed to say I was wrong about something. That for sure is. But now it just seems like you would rather not have people criticize you. You're now against criticism because you can now be the target of it. That's what it seems like.
It's also noteworthy, I think, to mention that the critique is a different skill than filmmaking. A person can be a bad filmmaker and a good critic, or
Roger Ebert,
bad critic and a good film. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and also YouTube videos, what succeeds in the algorithm and on YouTube doesn't necessarily correlate with good criticism. Okay. Some people are just entertaining with what's perceived as criticism, and other people are just entertaining. Okay. And some people are.
Well, it's what resonates. So it's people that
personality.
Echo chambers as well, but people want to hear certain things. They go there and
confirmation bias.
Oh, I like that sound. They're like, that's what I came to hear. And then there are the hate watchers as well that are like the rage bait, where it's like, how dare you think this of the thing that I'm passionate about? That's the internet, my god. Okay, so let's continue with the video.
You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't make any fucking sense.
That wouldn't make sense. So he's saying he's saying it doesn't make sense to make a video, a movie. I think it makes absolute sense that you know what goes into making a movie. You can have more insights into it, and your opinion still matters. You should own it. But I see. Okay, he said it doesn't make sense. Am I wrong here? Tell me.
Yeah. He's just gotta. I don't know if people are just gonna hate fuck his movie when it comes out, but he's got to kind of take his medicine if people have a serious problem with it. But
I think that's why he did this push 2 years ago. This part of the video is from 2 years ago, where he said the content's gonna change a little bit. So I think he was easing everyone into it because, as far as I know, the film's still not out, right?
Right.
So I think he's trying to lay the groundwork for stopping this before it begins. But yeah, I think he's definitely going to take shit for it.
Yeah.
Which isn't fair,
Red Letter Media got shit for their hockey movie.
Which one?
I think it was Samurai Cop or something. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, it wasn't that good. But, you know, they did the, well, we didn't take it incredibly seriously defense and whatever.
Yeah. There are plenty of film critics who eventually turned into filmmakers. There's actually a lot more than you might realize. And I'm sure when my film is eventually released, reviews will refer to me as film critic turned filmmaker or YouTuber turned filmmaker or something along those lines. But the fact remains, I've been making movies since I was 14. But filmmaking was always my...
Okay. So now that your films are now going to be watched, now you'll change.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I view your back catalog?
I've been making for
No. Nobody views my back
today
catalog. No.
I saw a video that I took of my cat. I found a video of that. I'm like, you know what? I've been making films since I was 16. So there you go.
My priority. And I think YouTube kind of caged the beast for a while, because I always wanted to make films and I wanted to pursue that career. But for a few years there, I kind of was in a lull state. I just let YouTube be what it was. I talked about movies every few weeks, enjoyed it, met filmmakers. So part of me felt like I was kind of in that world, and it was allowing me to hush those filmmaking urges that I've always had.
Filmmaking urges.
But eventually they started resurfacing considerably.
It's not masturbation. It's...
No, he's got urges. They can't be controlled. They're
need to make a film. Oh yes, I must create.
I found myself when I was driving that I would just have the urge to make films.
And then when I
could
did,
not be caged.
Seeing how much work goes into even your average not so great movie.
Okay, so if a lot of work goes into something, it's beyond criticism.
That's
also,
insane.
he's been making films for so long. If he was making films for so long, why has he been criticizing it all along?
Yeah, it's
sorry,
a
it's
bad
sort of
thing
an
to say
inconsistent thing.
It is.
No, that you know what?
Perhaps he had an epiphany.
But
he had something.
Said it. You know, he's at least listen. At least he's not hiding it. But I don't think it's like we're going, well, ooh, maybe you should have.
He's trying to have his cake and eat it too here, it sounds like. That's just my impression of it.
I just don't feel like doing that anymore. I don't want to talk negatively about filmmakers. I don't want to trash filmmakers. It would be
because I'm gonna be a film. Literally, I'm just like, okay, well, you know what? That is your reasoning. That's what he believes. We criticize his beliefs.
Strange for me to be making movies and also shitting on other filmmakers. Also, and I can tell you this from
I was gonna.
I think this also just gives you sort of a mindset to how he's shitting on. You can do a constructive critique, but he sees it as just he seems to be going in with this mindless hate when as a filmmaker you can change your critique style to point out the bad and the good.
Point out the good.
Maybe he doesn't think that's compatible with his critique style. Well, change the critique style.
The film in question and not go in there thinking you're going to do bad or good. Just cover the film.
Maybe he went in with the 10th before, and this is sort of highlighted his sort of mindset going into some of these shitting on films. Like everyone assume because you criticize something, you hate it or you don't like it. No, sometimes you just see some problems with a piece of media. You want to point out those problems. That's simple as that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be hate-filled. It can be, here's a way to improve it.
Okay, so I wanted to quickly, sorry, something is wrong with my throat. I wanted to, don't laugh. I legit have a.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm sorry.
I thought it was. No, okay.
It's relatable.
I know. I'm making fun of you. Okay, sorry. I know. You were.
No.
I understand.
That's it.
You were looking to the side. So my issue with this is, it's not an issue. It would, if I could tell him, it would be like an advice if I could give it to him. Like, you're describing a feeling that you have instead of the motivation you formed why you're radically changing your content so much. And it's good that you're honest with us. You tell us exactly how you feel and etc. I like that transparency, and you legit might feel weird, but that itself means nothing if you don't give an explanation more in depth rather than just, it felt weird, so I changed it, because then people will automatically look for something more concrete and they will find answers that you might not like. And you could entirely get ahead of that if you just shared more, or if you thought about it, or you probed an issue a little bit, formed an opinion or a reason more coherent, and then put it out as like, for me, this no longer feels right because it seems like a conflict of interest, and I don't want to be potentially seen as dragging down others and like overly praising my work and dragging down the competition just so more people could watch me. So I will stop making this kind of content because my moral compass doesn't allow me to, this is something, if I was in his position, I would have said something along these lines relatively, instead of just, it feels weird. That's a terrible solution.
Yeah, it feels weird, it makes no sense. I would
I'm dying to know
on criticizing myself about it. Yeah.
I'm dying to know, if he was making films at age 14, why didn't he go to film school earlier?
His urges.
He learned from the streets.
The School of Hard Knocks Lives. School of Hard Knock of Life.
So no, I agree with Hydra there that, you know what, he could say these things and lean a bit more on that honesty, actually, and just be, and then also put his money where his mouth is, in terms of, well, take his money away from his mouth, and take those videos down, because that would show a commitment to that morality.
Right.
Or not necessarily even take them down,
and
just make it so that you don't receive monetization from it, because he could even say that, like, he could even say, like, I'm just going to take down my old videos because I want to show, like, how I changed over the years or the progress. I don't want to take away those experiences from people, and I want people to always see that this is what I was, but I want to cut off monetization from that, because in my moral framework, I want to even prevent any potential conflict of interest in the future, and this is what I want to do. Like, I would salute that kind of behavior, because I'm like, good for you, man. You're putting your money where your mouth is, and you made a solid decision based on your morals. But all we get is this nebulous cloud of, like, maybe this is what he means, maybe that is what he means.
Yeah, he uses the Sorry. He uses the wrong. Well, him talking about making films since he was 14. The argument that he could present there is that, I take films very seriously. This is a big deal to me. And when I go to a movie, I would consider myself an enthusiast. It disappoints me when I, know the directors or whatever previous work, and it's just not what I would have done. It sounds a little uppity, a little egotistical, but I love film. He really could have gone a different direction with that table he set. And I love movies, and I would have done it differently.
To that next.
Right. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go. But yeah, it's weird. Okay, so let's see.
But it's excited because.
No, go ahead. I'll let it finish.
No, but like let's see where
it's the right way to. It's the right way to explain why you're staying, in film criticism. I would have done it differently. I didn't really agree with these decisions that were made. You could blame the studio if you want, but you still call somebody out.
Give us that insight. Call somebody out. Say, how did this happen? Because that's fascinating. That's what a viewer wants as well.
Right.
Film enthusiasts, of course, yes, but like normies, which we are the ones that are viewing your videos. That's a valuable thing, because we are normies. We don't know the stuff. Tell us the stuff we don't know. Educate us. Give us the insights that we don't have. That's what I would want from him. So exactly like you said,
you're assuming he can educate anyone on anything.
So I did cut some out of this one
because I don't know anything.
Because it is like an hour-long video, but he does talk about the kinds of videos that he wants to make, and part of it is like behind the scenes of the filmmaking process and things that like early filmmakers might want to know. So he
doesn't even know the state. He doesn't even need to make this statement. He can just say, "I'm going to change up the content to this sort of thing," and sort of sidestep all this other shit.
Well,
what is this besides like a decade,
kind of
like making the claim, not directly, but negative film criticism's bad. It almost seems like you can be taken as a virtue signal. If
it does, it seems
to the
like
audience,
that's what irritates
he doesn't
me.
need to even bring up. He just does he doesn't need to say he's going to change his. Just be like, I'm going to make changes to my content. This is what I'm going to focus on.
He's
Bam, done.
on the drama.
Yeah, well, look at us. We're
Why title it? I need to talk about this.
Yeah. Hey, listen. He's successful on YouTube for a reason. I guess he knows how to do these things.
Sure.
But yeah, my worst line from him so far has been, especially knowing how much work goes into creating movies, films. I just don't think I can criticize shit on them or whatever. It's like, oh, I didn't know that just if you put enough effort into something.
That's counterproductive, by the way.
Yeah. It's like because that metaphor you said of the rain versus you land up being, it's a drought. You don't actually learn from anything without criticism.
Yeah, like I would obviously, sorry for interrupting. I would obviously argue that you are hurting or you're potentially hurting the people who put in all of those work as you described, because they will never learn if everybody follows your example or engages in the same system or the same thought process that you described, and then we will just end up with people who won't know what a good movie is.
That's what I love about performing stand-up. It's fascinating to see how different audiences react to the same material for the most part, but they're incredibly honest, and all you have to do is judge the audio from the audience.
Yeah.
And if they're not laughing, they don't like it. And it's just such an honest reaction, and you get it right away. And if it happens enough, you're like, all right, something needs to change about this. I have so much respect for that. I mean,
so Darling's got a question here. He did not. I think he actually literally made a statement, didn't he? Or in the post,
twice apparently.
He did. He's made the state. This is the statement, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's not directly saying that negative reviews are bad, but he's implicitly.
But he's saying I'm not. Yeah, he is. It makes me lose my mind.
Okay. But I would say he didn't have to make this statement and didn't have to come out and like everything's going to change. I think he could have just changed it. And
that's
then
what. Yeah, he could.
If somebody calls him out on it, he could be like, "Yeah, I don't do that anymore."
Yeah. Exactly. And yes, I think people would have called him out. They would have said, "Ha, I know why," and yeah, they could have spoke. But so I did say kudos for the honesty, but I'm just like, you put yourself in a weird position where you kind of have to now. I don't know, you could have just gone through, you made it an issue. You made it a thing instead of silently going forth and spreading the positivity into the world. You know, like it's weird. I had to signal to you that I'm going to do it.
You realize, like I could really like make a good review of this, and I could really talk about all the problems with this.
Listen, the way he said that.
The cage door is open.
Yeah, he's definitely making it seem like it is a bad thing, these negative reviews.
No, insidious, okay? Whoa, I can see that sort of reflector. Whoa.
So he used to be
I'm going to make so much money off of shitting on this.
Look, it makes me uncomfortable. The way he was so like...
And just really let them know how shitty they did. I find no joy in that anymore. I just don't. A few years back, I stopped doing my worst of the year videos.
Yeah.
For that same reason.
It shows that he used to.
And ever since then, I've had a tough time enjoying negativity about film because I love film so much and I want to.
It's okay if you don't
enjoy roast
it,
them.
But I know that like Disparu, like he like I said.
I think maybe he was envious. It almost sounds like this almost sounds like all his content, quote unquote, shitting on it is because he's jealous of these people making these films. Be like, that's a shitty film. If I was a filmmaker,
I would have made it.
I would make it so much better.
That's a valid.
Actually,
you know, like when you look at Hassan, you're like, oh, how the hell does he have an audience? You know,
I have a different take.
Yeah,
I think that by like this admission actually points to that maybe he feels like there's a level of dishonesty inherent in negative criticism.
Yeah.
That,
or at least in his.
Yeah.
well, no, that's what I
Definitely
mean.
in
Though,
his.
but he's leaning on his experience. That would
He's projecting that onto other content creators also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's placing that on other people. And yeah, even if it's just implied, it's a little deceptive, okay? That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah.
But if he's making friends in the industry, even more reason to just kind of pull them aside and be like, hey, listen, I got to take the piss a little bit. I mean, he's like I brought up in my video, he was a good sport about me roasting him and commented on the video. He's got to understand how things are going to. I mean, like I said, people are just going to shit on his movie for the sake of doing that because of how they're reacting to this situation. But
also, maybe some people, no, that's to get into speculation. Maybe some people could have took him aside and be like, yeah, you should make this statement on your channel. Okay. Well, if we would, give you props and, maybe it's a little something, a little bit too conspiratorial. But
what's a something? Money?
Quid pro quo? I don't know. Favor for favor. Okay. As I said, very conspiratorial. That's why I stopped. Disregard everything I said. Move on. Nothing to see here.
Be a champion for film. So I am going.
Champion for film. Listen.
He's a film celebrator.
Yeah.
I hate this moralistic approach to this. Okay.
Listen, when somebody critiques a film, I don't feel like they're against film itself.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
To distance myself from film criticism and embrace film appreciation. I don't.
They are not mutually exclusive. Stop pretending they are. Please.
Well, to him they
some
are.
of appreciating it
what's
is.
so fascinating here is that to him they are, and he's putting, like you guys said, he's putting that onto other creators.
It does seem to be a weird binary that he's creating, that like to point out flaws is somehow evil. Like I don't know, but he does point out a lot of flaws in Madam Web in his upcoming thing. So I don't know. When I had just known about this video and then heard the controversy, I was a little less on his side. But I got to be honest, editing this together, he won me over a little bit to his case. But yeah, I guess we'll get to that when we get to that.
No,
don't want to see.
Hold on. I would say I would say that just like with gosh, sorry. I'm not sure if it was Dorcas or Vincent, but I think there was someone was talking about earlier what do you call it? Conflict of interest. And if he had just framed everything as just a conflict of interest, Charles.
Control your cat, man.
All right. So if he was framing everything as like a conflict of interest and like I don't know, I don't think if people know that I'm friends with these people or I have a financial interest in their success, or that how I speak about it can affect my job prospects, and just the mere presence of this dynamic could affect how people perceive my reviews, and so therefore,
but then he would be called a shill.
Away from no, that's what I'm saying. He steps away from the dynamic in general, and he just is doing the behind the scenes type stuff, interview stuff, or some other, not reviews, right? If he had framed it that way and followed through with not making any reviews because of a conflict of interest, people would be seeing this in a very positive light. They would not be, I think that universally people would be praising him, or near universal. There would be people calling him a coward, but who cares?
There's also the matter of the Spoony one. Okay, he sort of a lot of people sort of hated the Spoony one because he sort of ruin the chances for like another creator to interview some other big creator. I forget the names, but the Spoonie one did something and that sort of tainted everyone around him. Okay. It could be more direct in Chris Stuckman. Okay. There could be a sort of that dynamic at play.
Well, I just feel like, listen, I think we would all have appreciated a slightly different angle. Well, I say we all except for Gray, but let's see if we get swayed by Gray's. No, I'm talking about.
Sorry, Deep Lore. Sorry, I know too much about.
I don't know the Spoonie thing.
That probably won't be great. I don't want to waste my life away doing that. I never wanted to be a film critic forever. I just did it for fun. And I'm still going to talk about movies. I'm still going to do my Halloween special every year. I fucking love my Halloween special because it's just me talking about horror movies I like. But I'm not going to grade movies anymore. So there's going to be some shifts on here. It's a bit of an evolution. I'll always champion films that I see that I think are great and that I'd like you guys to see. But I also know that it could get old when I'm just always talking about movies I like. And I understand that. I get that for some people, they might be like, oh, now he's just going to, I wonder what he thinks of this movie. He did a video for it. I wonder if he liked it. Like, I get it. But I have to be happy as a person. I have to. And
he also doesn't seem like he has any confidence in his personality here. Okay.
He's going to leave TFI.
This reeks of lack of self-confidence in his reviews, his style, his personality. People, almost seems like he has oppression. A lot of his fans just watch him for his bad reviews. Okay.
He gets to see his analytics. He might have an idea of what makes more money.
Okay.
More views.
Fair enough.
And he's saying it doesn't make him happy to do that anymore. Like, he isn't saying that he didn't do that, but I don't know. I
just think you can do positive. You can take that and sort of work off of that to evolve your style, improve yourself as a content creator. See, he's obviously not happy just doing these film reviews, no matter if he's positive or negative. This is like
he's saying he never wanted to do
job
that,
when his dream job is just like so much more important than. So what that conveys to the audience is he really doesn't care that much about doing the work, getting all his subscribers, if you really want to go a little bit deep into it. Again, I go a little bit over the top with some of my perspectives on these readings, but go on, talk.
Maybe I'm relating to him a little bit too much in there, but like, I think I started my YouTube channel based off of negativity. I basically started in a feud with a certain fun group, but I don't know. The feud was fun, but I think it was a very negative direction. It didn't make me happy necessarily, so I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of understanding with that. We definitely got more clicks when we were did a over the top thumbnail and were kind of negative, but I don't know, nowhere to his extent or anything like that. But I kind of get what he's saying. Like, that didn't make me happy, so this is the way that it's going to change in the future. I don't know. I don't hate that idea. Is there a better way to go about it? Like, I think if he just said that at the beginning, like, hey, this feels like it's a conflict of interest because I'm going to get into this thing. It might get weird if I'm talking shit. And to tell you the truth, it didn't make me happy. So I'm not going to do that anymore.
Well, you could be happy and still say, I don't understand the decisions that were made with the creation of this project. I would have done things, or maybe void the I would have done things different. Like, there are different. There's a heavy secret sauce on all of this that is very YouTuber algorithm whoring above all of this. Like Zach said, to announce it twice is a little silly. Like, he's just playing the algorithm at a certain point.
Okay, let's go.
I want to support other people who are as well, because I'll be happier and I'll actually be sharing things that could potentially be helpful and not just being a cog in an oversaturated wheel of entertainment that just keeps going and going, talking about whatever the big movie is, just kind of being drowned in cynicism and negativity and constantly wanting to mock other people's artistic achievements, whether or not they're good or not. I'm just not comfortable doing it anymore. And as I said, there are so many other channels you guys can soak up that kind of entertainment from. No, I'm not talking down to film criticism. I obviously did it for...
A rare Dorcas comment, please, sir.
A rare Dorcas comment. Something that Nerdrotic, a word that Nerdrotic brings up frequently. Sorry, I'll get off of him as a topic soon, Charles, I promise. Something that he brings up a lot is authenticity as being incredibly important. And I think that you can be authentic and positive, almost exclusively positive, authentically, if you build that space for it. Where was I going with this? Shoot. It just fell out of my head.
Authenticity.
And Chris has no sort of sign that he's willing to do that, okay? Or that he had any plans to do it.
That he never was that, actually. That's what I'm feeling from it. It's
yeah.
He listen, I can empathize. I can see what Gray thinks. He's like, yeah. So he went through that YouTube creator thing. Yeah. Dorcas.
If you want to build your space and be like, oh my gosh, guys, I love Mistborn. I want to talk about all the things that I love about Mistborn. You can't necessarily sell yourself as offering some sort of unbiased critical assessment and analysis of Mistborn, but there is something infectious about the authenticity of sharing what you love and why you love it. So you don't have to be critical and negative in order to create an authentic... it's gone. Sorry, guys. I started
YouTube,
it. Someone...
YouTube. Well, so he's basically he's gone away from his authentic views in favor of the YouTube farming, I suppose. Maybe he leaned into the criticism because he saw that people liked hating on it, and that became. But he does say, "I don't like it anymore." So he did enjoy it when he was doing it. Anyway, like let's just
I could agree with it. Somehow films and the clickbait universe on film YouTube has gotten very political, one side or another, and a lot of movies aren't about that, and it kind of makes everything just unattractive if you're just going to enjoy a movie. Like I have a friend who he was talking about the Oscar movies, and he just kept saying right and left. This is a right message, left message, and it's just like, what the fuck? What the hell, dude?
Can we just
Thank you. Yeah. Right, and like I can get what he's saying to that degree. Like it is present a bit more than it was 8 years ago.
Do you think that's what he's talking about? Because you're sort of
to a degree
putting your own experience on him. Okay, I can definitely see that, and I won't take anything Gray said. I won't take offense to anything Gray said.
Well,
you know,
fair enough. You should take offense to some of it, but I don't know. So like, I happened to go over the like first James Bond, so Dr. No, a few days ago with this group of guys. One of them came off this like, this is pushing such conservative politics, and it's weird because like when you're looking through it from today's lens, like that is somewhat conservative, but. So it was 1962. It's
okay,
the same
no
year
wonder.
As Love Me
Okay,
Do.
yeah, that explains everything.
Yeah, Love Me Do from the Beatles was the same year. In it, he's sleeping with, I think it likes like 3 different women. He shoots a guy in the back. Yeah, like it's pretty progressive for the time, which was, a very conservative time. But yeah, if you're looking at it through today's lens, like it is more conservative than a lot of other movies' messaging. But it's
say
weird
more red
it's going to change over time. Yeah, fair enough.
This, yeah. But
I was just gonna say, like, they might be right, like in this particular moment in time, but like that just showed me. And this dude is a French Canadian, so he is definitely looking at things from a different. Their conservative is not the same as ours, but still, I don't know. I can't help but think all of these movies will change with the times as it kind of swings from side to side.
I'm still trying to figure out who the hell Tory is, and why does that person have an entire party?
I'm still trying to figure out the wigs.
Good question.
What, 12
I don't
years
trust
almost?
women named Tory.
And I know that it's valuable. I know that it's important, and it's very helpful sometimes. And trust me, there's a sort of like a not so great kept secret, but filmmakers are all great film critics. They just don't write about it in magazines. Great filmmakers are great film critics because they know what makes a good movie. And when they see a bad movie, it's fucking bad. They just don't usually publicly trash other filmmakers, unless you're Paul Schrader.
Oh,
So I
he's
just saw
become one of
Madam
the elite now. I get it.
No, I don't think so. I think that
it's a joke.
I think that they're better informed on certain aspects, but I don't think that just because they make movies they could be too close to it.
All necessarily good. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, tunnel vision. Okay.
They could be. What is it? The average filmmaker is going to be better informed on what makes a good film, and is it going to make it specifically going to make a better reviewer of film than your average citizen, certainly, but perhaps even better than your average film critic. But that doesn't mean that they're all good. And that doesn't mean they're going to be reliable.
They don't translate because, again, Roger Ebert made a movie and it was not good.
Exactly. There's separate skills.
Yeah, some people are better at criticizing, even though they may know all of the elements into making a film. They're probably better off. Some people don't do, some people teach.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking in comparison.
Okay, let's continue.
There was no screening for it in my area. There were no late night showings before the day.
Oh, sorry,
so
this is his Madam Web
Valentine's Day, and I thought to myself, probably not going to do a video for this one based off of what I've heard, since I do try to keep it mostly about film celebration on this channel. Having seen the film, I'm going to tell you that this is
immediately to me that means that you won't do a video on it means then it's bad because you're celebrating. You don't want to celebrate.
Exactly. He only does positive reviews.
But I won't say it's good.
It just
so saying I won't do a video on it. Yeah.
It does seem like a couched way of saying that, but I think he has an angle on this that he allows him to talk not positively about the movie without shitting on any of the actual
creators,
directors, the people specifically in it.
So this movie was so bad, he had to find a way around the own rule set he created for himself.
Yeah,
that's kind of the way that it came off to me.
Comes up like that to me, not that I know much
view
about
of Madam Web. I am not about bashing filmmakers, artists. I know how hard it is to make a movie.
I hate that!
I do not know how hard it is to make a movie under the studio system. I was able to make an indie film without...
If you don't know about it, why are you talking about it? You're just speculating, okay?
Yeah, and I thought you made
movies. He's got a hypothesis.
There is room for speculation, but be careful with the context of where you put it. Yeah, not really here, right now.
But the disclaimer.
Breathing down my neck, which is not the privilege that S.J. Clarkson had when she directed Madam Web under Sony, which I can only imagine was monumentally difficult.
Okay, so Sony is faceless enough because it's just a corporation thing. We're not.
Okay, let's shit on Sony now. Come on, Chris.
What are the odds that Sony will hire him?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
this is not going to be a video.
This is not going to be a video. It's like
he's got a theory.
Don't say anything.
Okay.
About
sorry.
No, not you. I'm saying
Web
him.
and telling you whether or not you should see
but you
Madam
too.
Web. There are plenty of people on this platform, as well as a website dedicated to aggregating reviews and giving it a number that's going to inform you of that, and you can choose to listen to those voices if you want. The information
He makes it sound like you know, the demon voices.
See,
there's bad people out there. You can listen to him.
I hear a womp 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 womp.
Yes. So
hey, he's one of the good ones.
Talking about S.J. Clarkson and kind of hating on the studio, it's funny because S.J. Clarkson has only directed Madam Web as a film, but has a ton of television credits. Do you know how independent television is? Because it's not. Like you're a hired gun, and that's all she seems to have done before this. Heroes, NBC. Do you think that she got to stretch her artistic arms that way? I don't think so.
Hey, Charles, no cheating by using her previous credits, okay?
I'm sorry, I just wanted
That's
to seem
cheating.
informed.
That was not brought into the
information is out there. What I am compelled to make a video about is something that I heard pretty much every writer, some directors, and most actors bashing last year, and that is movie studios. The consensus is that the live action
okay, so you are willing. That's kind of
Spider-Man universe movies have not exactly.
That may be just me, but that sort of sounds like he's saying, well, I don't want to, you know, potentially maybe kind of feel bad about like trashing other people's movies, you know, because I'm in the industry. But I'm completely fine with trashing all of the studios and everyone else involved with those movies. Like it's a little bit like I sense that once again, this might not be a contradiction, but because he isn't giving us much to work with and isn't willing to let us in on exactly why and how he has these feelings, we have these nebulous, potentially contradictory things just floating in here. Like,
we'll just wait for like his next sentence, because even the way that he's taking on the studio is like with real kid gloves. Like he's being very delicate with what he says about Sony as well.
You are trashing on all of my hopes and dreams, Gray. I'm still holding on to some semblance of desire that he will explain it all to us. Okay.
So this is why why people were basically like, oh my gosh, he's really shilling so hard. Like he's in denial. He's coping for the cinema. I mean, for the studios.
And that is movie studios. The consensus is that the live action Sony-based Spider-Man universe movies have not exactly all been home runs. I haven't mentioned the animated Spider-Verse films, both of them being terrific. Two of the writers of Madam Web worked on another film in the Sony universe that has been heavily criticized called Morbius. But sometimes what I've learned and what I've experienced myself is that when people have power over you as a creative, when they're paying your bills and they're paying you well, they can tell you to do anything and you have to do it.
People will you have to do it, yes, but people will probably criticize you as a sellout. Then
this sounds like slavery to me. Okay.
Sometimes when you're a creative, you don't have complete control.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're just slaves. Obviously, so oppressive.
If the
therefore, yeah.
Go on.
No, you go on.
Sorry. If the filmmaker has a decent enough resume, they can have it put into their contract that they have final cut. And
for sure,
they have to have talent for that.
And I think he mentioned her previous history, and I think I might have taken that out of here, but he did mention that this is her first feature film, so she didn't necessarily have as much power. So,
well, she's used to Jessica Jones is one of her credits, so she's used to the Marvel, whatever the hell you want to call it, the hierarchy, telling her exactly how to do things. So you would think with previous experience, again, this is her first feature-length film, so you got to kind of eat shit, or as they say in comedy, pay your dues.
Yep.
But then she can't come out and say, "Oh, I was
right."
Well, like we would be like, "Oh, we would want that as people," but she can't come out and be like, "Yeah, the studio was so shit."
Right.
That's why
Isn't this the second video we covered, sort of running cover for this movie? I think we watched the other one
no,
with
I don't think it was Madam Web. Was it for Madam Web? I think it was just in general.
Okay.
I think it might have been for. It was for something. Something bad.
I thought it was Madam Web, but
I don't know what it was, but the thing where the debate was about whether we should talk about directors and things. We could just say the studio. It's like, well, no, actually call out the executives as well that fucked it up then. I want to know.
Yeah, and
can we not? They need to.
Yeah, I think it actually did stem from the Sweet Baby Inc. one, because it was kind of like who's contributing, who's giving notes, like who is actually like has the final say on anything. And I don't know. I'm not sure who you'd actually criticize in that case. Yeah, but it
criticize
does seem like,
the film.
Say, like, it's okay. You don't know that which part was his idea.
We don't have to say. We don't have to
criticize the film. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's
Yeah.
fine. I think that I would then, in that case, just tell me what's wrong with the film. I don't really.
Yeah,
and that does sound fair. Like with the Marvels case, I don't think that is necessarily the director's choice in what's in there. Like, it does seem like that is the studio that interfered. So I don't know. I think you can definitely say like that's not a good film, and however the decisions were made, they were the wrong ones.
I agree.
But I don't know, to
all
throw it
the
all on the
blame
director kind of
of
sucks.
a bad piece of media is stupid. This is why you just criticize the film and let people judge.
But then
that what it is. Okay, as critics, you shouldn't try to place the blame. Criticize the media that is in front of you with really no concern. Don't try to pin the blame of this or this on this person. You are not criticizing the particular moving parts behind the scenes.
There are some moving parts.
Yeah, there's tons. You don't know what's going on. And yet there's other types of critic who do criticize the industry. And that's also fine. But to connect the two too explicitly seems like a leap sometimes. Sometimes it makes sense.
I need to ask a question now. So, okay, we can say, okay, don't see a bad movie and then decide that director is a bad director. Now, when we see a movie like Oppenheimer and Oppenheimer wins with the best director and all of that, then we will use that as a measurement and say it's good. So this goes back to that discussion of taking credit and when it's good for you, and then stepping away from it when it's bad for you. So
pattern of behavior.
Do we just not care? Do we just not care about the directors anymore, or what?
I think if you list your Oscars, you also have to list your Razzies or something.
Yeah,
like
fair
that.
enough. Okay, you're associated with this bad film. Okay, you can't sort of distance yourself from it. Sorry. I mean, I think placing sole blame on any one person or even
is silly
unless it's really actually explained. No, it's just everyone. Okay, everyone. I'm criticizing this film.
Okay, but now also a lot of things contextually. When they're promoting their film, they will have the director talking about it as if they care about it and as if everything is all great, fine, and dandy. The director supports the movie. So what that director says about the movie, I know that means that they are under pressure because of the studio. They have to promote it. But I don't like that. Okay, I would rather they just keep quiet than go and try and promote it, and then later on, oh well, it wasn't my fault. It was the studio. One thing. Okay, this is the comparison. Sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense. But what's the Sydney?
No, I'm tracking.
That one. She thank you so much. She actually said she doesn't care about. I think she actually said, like, I don't, they asked her about, oh, what do you think about Madam Web failing? She's like, I was hired as an actress and I just did my part. That's what I did. So she kind of actually, as an actress, because the actresses usually lean in, oh, I love my film is amazing, and oh, I got to do this and I got to do that, all the bullshit that they spew about how much they love their role and all about the character so that you can get all the nice clips to promote your movie. But she then goes, yeah, after the backlash, she's like, oh, well, I was just hired for it. A director doing that, I don't know. They are under, I suppose they're under that pressure. Would he praise the studio if the film was good? Well, that's interesting. Would he praise this? That's what I'm saying. The other side of this thing is like, okay, fine. If we can't criticize, if we can't lay blame, then we can't lay praise in the same way.
Yeah. I mean, there are sort of track records. Some of the best directors sort of get a reputation because they put out things continuously. Sometimes they fall off. Yes. Their reputation goes to shit. Same thing with writers.
In it, yeah, I agree. I think that's as far as we can go. As we could say, listen, that person was involved in this and this and this, and it was pretty good. Seems like they were usually involved in good, and that's usually what happens when people are like, oh, that actor's in it. I'll watch it because they think that person usually takes on good roles and things like that. So I agree. I think the best thing we can do is have a pattern of behavior, and then what we could do. If we're going to talk about who's good and who's bad, we can talk about, okay, well, what are their credentials? What have they been involved in? Oh, we can maybe then evaluate exactly what they've been involved in. Oh, well, this was their first one and whatever. But that is for a different discussion to critiquing the film itself, actually. The film itself, just go and do that. I would prefer that. I really don't. Yeah. I'm not that kind of person. But a lot of film snobs just know director names and things like that, and they know how a director works, and they're fans of certain directors, and that's how.
Well, people like to get a scapegoat. The logical progression is to find someone to blame. If something's bad or unsuccessful, you want to figure out. It's human nature to want to figure out the reason for it. Yeah. And sometimes
it's like when you smell a bad smell, you go, who farted? That's it. And it's just exactly that.
I mean,
well, and their name is on there too. It's like a blank film or a Spike Lee joint, so to speak.
Well, some of those credits, if they purposely put their name for marketing purposes and they have the cassette and they make that choice for marketing purposes, by all means, blame that person. Okay, they put their name on it, they co-signed it. But if their name's in the credits, they're definitely part of it. There's a level of culpability. Like the example you brought up, the actress, like, yeah, I was hired. Okay, this director was hired. Didn't think she could be lying through her ass. It could have been she could have done lazy ass work. Okay, she could have done lazy ass work and realized it afterwards in the editing process. They couldn't salvage it, her lazy ass work, and is going to blame the studio. I'm not going to assume.
Well, I haven't heard her blaming anybody or anything like that. I actually heard that she's been pretty silent on the whole thing.
Okay, well, other people are blaming the studio softly.
She didn't blame.
Yeah, this seems to be just his theory.
She basically just. Her comment basically
misinformation.
Just pushed off the
I got the impression that she said something about it's not her fault.
I might have caused that confusion. The one from the Marvels denounced that film. She said it's not her film.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe Dorcas. We have a rare Dorcas speaking.
I mean, there are certainly different tiers of responsibility. Both the director and the studio and the actor can be responsible for overlapping things, but what the actor is responsible for isn't what the writer is responsible for, isn't what is responsible for what the director is responsible for, and so on and so on. So, but the actor is responsible for what the actor brings to the table.
Yes.
At the same time,
not always. Sometimes I blame the casting director.
At the same time, the director will more than likely be more than happy to take the praise for a wonderful performance on the part of the actor or actress.
Yep.
So it speaks to the tiers and the overlapping nature of critique, of blame, of responsibility, and of praise.
And some people steal credit that isn't deserved. It happens in, like, if you talk about the sciences, people always complain about, oh, this person just stole credit from this person, blah, blah, blah. I mean, sure, that could be true, but
But
I don't know what to say about that.
Math and objectivity. This is like art and subjectivity.
Yeah, I'm talking about stealing credit. Okay, I'm maybe not a good parallel or comparison.
No matter what, when they can tell you what to do and you got to do it, it doesn't matter if you think it's insane. You have to find a way to make it work. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened on Madame Web and Morbius and all these movies, but I would not be surprised, because when I look at Sony's involvement with the Spider-Verse films, I see Lord and Miller that have had massive success on the big screen in the past, that have made a lot of money for a lot of people and have proven themselves to be very smart at what they do. And I can totally see a company like Sony saying, why don't you guys give us your best shot and then we'll give you some notes. Now, for a filmmaker like S.J. Clarkson, who made Madame Web, she's had a long and respectable career directing television, but she's directing her first movie and it's a Sony superhero movie. When I saw Madame Web earlier today, there wasn't a single part of me that thought, wow, this is just a terrible filmmaker. I could not help but see the myriad of evidence that has been laid at all of our feet that this is a studio that is simply retaining the rights to their characters, that does not care about the quality of this experience.
Okay.
What sort of elements are you going to go into those elements? That's all I want to say.
Evidence at our feet.
Like how
just
does it
listen
get
and believe.
bad
Okay.
He is going to go
how
into
does
one
it
in a
get
second.
Bad?
Okay.
Can't you just accidentally be at least good? It seems like, like the question is usually, how I couldn't have made this worse if I tried. That's he's trying to absolving this.
Yeah, and the way that he kind of went about it too is weird.
There's nothing bad about this. I don't know. It's tenuous. I don't.
He was saying there's no evidence that there's terrible filmmaking in this. It's like, but is there evidence of good filmmaking in it? Like, can you praise the director for anything, or is it just kind of like this is product?
What are the fingerprints of the studio interference?
Is the thing.
So he's going to go into one thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I cut any of his evidence out of here, but you might want to go back to the original one. But he's going to mention one thing with the kind of finale at the end. But I believe I left that in here.
They're giving us. Are they making them? Is it to retain the rights? Is it to get some kind of financial break?
Retain the rights and don't be shit. I don't know. That just seems like a better business plan. Oopsie.
Potentially. And in that case, they probably don't care that much about each and every one of us who forks over our hard-earned money to sit in a theater on Valentine's Day when they could have been doing anything else. I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
I don't believe you. I don't. He's trying to do emotional shit.
Crushingly difficult it can be to make a film, but I also care a lot about the audience, and I want people like myself who go to these movies to have a good time and to feel like they invested some of their money into something that gave something back to them, that inspired them in some way, or made them just happy.
And you can help with that.
Yeah. If you care so much, put a foot down. Put your your neck on the wrist. Say something of substance. Don't just throw out blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I might have cut it out of this since there's only. Sorry, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I already kind of addressed it. I don't want to feel like I'm just talking all over and over again, but I don't know how he doesn't notice, or has he not asked anyone else to watch this video before they put it out, or did they not tell him that it's his thoughts, maybe his, but they aren't getting properly visualized here, and we can't quite know for sure what he means. Like, you gotta explain more in depth. I'm sorry, I don't want to repeat.
And
he would have to care to get a second opinion on this video.
Well,
how do you know?
So I'm not 100% certain if I left it in the next 40 seconds because it looks like that's all we got left. But one of his evidences for studio interference was the kind of climax of it at the end. He didn't see that any writer would have come up with this happening on a Pepsi sign, but specifically because it was, he thought that was product placement, so it's studio interference because it's a Pepsi sign. I don't know. It seems to be a bunch of like not. he doesn't seem to have any proof saying like this is the studio that did that. I don't know. I guess I could see somebody writing a weird scene like that, but the whole ending, like that's not the worst part of it. Like the whole fireworks shooting in every direction and everything.
I would say that yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that seems to be like the extent of his evidence. That and then what he was just saying, where he it doesn't seem to be like exact evidence or anything like that. Is the myriad of evidence laying at our feet? But I think he did one other point that I'm forgetting right now.
Well, to go back to what I was
evidence. Yeah.
Well, to go back to what I was saying before, I think Kthxbai and I were discussing it. Him talking about all the evidence that's at your feet, he's bringing some narrative into his experience, and this is the first movie, and it's granted it's part of a universe, which filmmaking before that was one movie, whatever comes of it. You know, you're not supposed to go to a movie and have like this homework going into it, but he has his narrative of this studio going into this review, and maybe he didn't get that course on how you're supposed to just experience the thing isolated, unless it's outright said that it's part of, you know, a 2-part, 3-part series or something like that. But to say that the studio is all of this evidence is at your feet. All right. So what in the film made you notice? If you can't notice that the director has anything to do with the quality of the film, what about your experience tells you that the studio, their fingerprints are all over it? Because he should be able to translate that to words.
Yeah, into words. But what I'm saying is like that. What he's saying is his logic is it's so bad that it couldn't have been done by filmmakers.
Right.
Like, oh no writer would have done it. And it's like, actually, it's conceivable that a writer just said a sign falls or something falls on top of him or something, and then the studio can say it's a Pepsi sign. We'll use product placement. I still want. I don't know. I still want the filmmakers and everybody to push back on the studios at least. That's what I would like if this is the case. But even so, yeah, his evidence is just it's gonna last 40 seconds and then we'll.
And Sony and their treatment of these characters seems to be doing the exact opposite. Just don't think a writer sat in their apartment in LA and thought, that's a good idea. I'm pretty sure Sony said, we have to incorporate Pepsi in some way and deal with it. So what are my solutions for this? It's the same solution I've said for a couple years now. It's the same thing I've always said. They hear us through our wallets. If a movie comes out that is genuinely great and we happen to see it in a theater, that's fantastic. But then buy it to own on digital or buy the Blu-ray of it. Let them know, like, this is more like it. And
thank you for the super cut.
Yeah, cheers, Gray.
I was muted and talking to myself. Yeah, no problem. So I couldn't remember if I did keep that in there. He went in and elaborated a little bit more on that scene, but that was basically his proof. He didn't have anything like, I've seen the notes behind the scenes or there's these leaked emails. It was just nobody would come up with that.
I'm curious to know if he's had to put anything into his film for financial based reasons.
Yeah, I wonder too. He kind of went into, he's had to deal this to a lesser extent where like people wanted certain changes. I don't know. I think there's always going to be compromise. Like whatever you envision in your head to get that onto the screen is going to be completely different. It's not going to be your imagination perfectly yet.
It's a team effort.
But
right.
You know, with AI and this Neuralink thing, maybe.
Well, like a lot of independent filmmakers have to go to like crowdfunding websites, and a lot of their like reach goals are, hey, give $5,000 to the project and you'll have a walk-on part. Are they a qualified actor? No, but they paid to be in there, so it's no different than a Pepsi sign.
Would they qualify as a paid actor? Like, I don't know. That is weird because the pay went the other way. But
right, they paid to be there. Yes, they're a paid actor. But it's the same thing.
Myself, yeah.
Like, oh, I don't have the best person. This person paid to be here.
Yeah, I do kind of get the point where, like, okay, so a lot of people were shitting on the director of the Marvels, and it's like, I think that one's a little bit unfair because she's denounced it, like, this isn't my product anymore. I don't know. This director never came out on anything like that. Is it fair to blame the director, or do you just blame the product? Like, to me, he's kind of got a point that it's like, I don't know that a big studio film like this is all the director's vision. So do they get all the blame? No, but their name's on it. So it seems like they should get some of it.
Why do we fall over each other to give praise to Avatar? That took a shitload of money to make, and I'm pretty sure Cameron didn't take it out of his pocket.
Yeah. I don't know, man. We're going to get like 5 more of them.
It seems like when praise is given out, then it like we don't care about the studios. But when it's negativity, then it's the studio really messed this up.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said earlier. It's a credit versus blame. Like when it's credits, woo, we love it. When it's blame, nope. And then I think just the best.
The truth of it,
I have heard a couple people like recently praise A24, where everyone was just kind of shitting on them for the longest time, but they have had a couple of decent ones recently. So I don't know. That's kind of different.
We discuss this? Well, A24, sometimes they don't make movies. Sometimes they just buy them. Like a distributor is just somebody that, granted they could produce it from start to finish, but sometimes, something premieres at South by Southwest or something, and a distributor buys it and has the rights to release it. And then you just see that A24 logo, like, hey, we spent our money well, but you're going to give us credit because we know what we're buying. Like,
fair enough. I never hear anyone be like, Sony makes the best movies, or like, I don't hear people saying like I love Disney anymore, and I even think Pixar has had a lot of fall off. So I don't know. Well, it's interesting. I don't hear a lot of praise towards the company. It stood out when I heard praise towards A24.
It's that factory approach. It's just Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is. I mean, Gran Turismo was all right. No.
I didn't even realize that was Sony, but that film also subverted my expectations. Like, I don't like racing, and I'm not into video game movies that much. So when that one hit, it's like, wow, I don't know why I like this, but I do. Good job. So yeah, that one is another surprise from last year. They had a bunch of those for me.
Okay, guys. Conclusions. Final thoughts. Kthxbai, you're awake.
Aw, we lost a Kthxbai.
No,
what?
he's
Hey,
there.
no, cat
now.
No, I'm here.
He's here, sort of.
He is doing his best, okay? Listen.
We appreciate you being here, man.
Just imagine a cute cat sleeping. It will make everything better.
He's sleeping, yeah.
Arguing about criticisms, Kthxbai's ASMR.
He does do it enough. Talk about critics.
I think we'll let him off the hook for now. Charles.
Yo.
Final thoughts.
Watch my video.
He goes over this in his own video. I criticized it.
Criticception.
Okay. Okay, Gray.
Yeah, I think he's trying to have his cake and eating it too, like everyone's saying. I don't know. If you're gonna do film criticism, it seems like you can't denounce it later now that you're making films, but I don't know. I kind of get his point. If he's just gonna say like, hey, I'm getting out of that game, then that would be fine.
He should leave out.
I don't know. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. But with this, he's got a couple of conspiracy theories kind of going as to like how the studio is all to blame for this. And they're probably, responsible for a bunch of it. But I think regardless, we should be able to say it's a bad film. And I think he just went on a weird angle to still stick with his, I'm only going to praise things, so I'm never going to say a filmmaker is bad. But hey, this studio, they interfered. It just felt like a weird workaround to me.
I think it's, it does. Yeah. Dorcas, are you also alive?
I seek honesty, authenticity, and accuracy. So that's what I look for in my reviews.
Keep searching.
And so
watch Charles's video.
No, that's what I.
So does Stuckman provide that for you? Do you think?
No, I have no interest in Stuckman.
Doesn't seem.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I got to drop, so I don't understand why anyone has ever liked Chris Stuckman and why they currently like him before, after. I just don't see his appeal as a critic in the past, in the future. Well,
You've never
in the present,
been Stuckmanized?
I don't see him being a good critic in the future. So I'll leave that with my parting words and take care.
What
guys.
are you doing? Just
take care, Vincent.
Oh, I'm doing lots of stuff tonight. I'm going for Sweet Baby Inc. I'm going the lefty side, defending that shit. Okay, it's a little confusing to go through, but I'm gonna try to make something coherent with it. But I'm the eternal centrist, so you're gonna get a little bit of a right all it takes in there. And this weekend, there's a whole mess that I hope turns out well. Peace out. Have fun.
See ya.
Have a nice life. Bye.
So one quick thing. I mean, I guess it is in there, but well, just Vincent's like, I don't think he'll be a good critic. I guess like 2 years ago he said he's stopped being a critic, so I don't think he is being one. But
so he's gonna be
I don't know what he is now. Yeah, a
but
YouTuber,
if he ever
I guess.
wanted to be, Vince starts saying so. He's saying it's going to be bad if we try. Okay, Hydra.
Well, I just wish that more people were really honest about like what they think, why they think it, go in depth and talk to each other in a normal, civilized, cultured way. I think that would solve a lot of our problems, especially with both with the Stuckman situation, with the Sweet Babying situation. If instead of just categorizing, oh, you are this and that, you are evil, actually just sitting down and have an in-depth discussion of like, hey, listen, I think this is the problem, I think this is how we could solve it, etc., and just stop, please, for the love of God, stop with the label and dismiss. I think the world would be a much better place. And as to what I'm up to, I'm in the very final reaches of Elden Ring. I'm about to finish it. I'll stream the whole thing in Discord as usual, just like how I streamed every part of it. And after that, we will be moving on to playing Hollow Knight to Andrew's request.
Yeah.
So you can all chime in for any of those, and I'll schedule the events in advance as usual. And maybe a couple of other things as well, but I'll keep those a secret.
Ooh, okay. Well, I guess that's what you would. The other guys weren't talking about their Kthxbai Things, which is what are we doing?
Mistborn, Cicero, No One Asked You podcast, maybe Three Kingdoms stuff coming up. We'll see.
Okay, awesome. I'm not maybe. I want that to happen. I just want that to happen. But you know, I am but one of the subscribers. I've put up a poll or something. Oh, wait, speaking of polls, let's end the poll. 4-1 this round of Wrench Wars. Sorry.
Deserved.
There you go.
Earned.
Okay, so yeah, he won it. And listen, we have to go buy that. A Song of Ice and Fire book club way. Well, that might be me and Ali. But I'm sure Dorcas would like to take part in that.
Stannis is the one true king.
So that I'm trying to get my friend to
Jon Snow's mom is actually Catelyn Stark.
Stop. Anyway, so also just by the way, this weekend we are going to try to get Warren on. I remember Warren, the reason that a lot of people
hype
in the first place. Yeah, so I'm gonna try just keep your notifications on, keep posts on, be in the Discord, see whether it's happening. We're just gonna have fun with him. So if you're here to witness it, that would be great. But if you're not, like, you know, whatever. I think what we're gonna be, we will talk about the Stuckman stuff a little bit, but I think we can just have a whole ass chat about film and stuff, just everything.
Excite.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. He definitely has a good. He seems to be quite qualified in film.
Well,
criticism.
yeah, he's been in. Yeah, that's it would be interesting to come to him with questions about filmmaking and things like that. So, yeah, that will be sometime this weekend. We're gonna figure out the timing. Otherwise, we'll see you guys on next week Thursday. I'll see you on Tuesday / Wednesday / whenever the hell I come around.
And
what do you
thank you for tuning in and listening, because we appreciate all of you.
Statement of appreciation.
Statement of appreciation. What, Charles? What else are you doing? Because you didn't say anything about yours.
I watched my video. No,
video, okay?
I just I booked. Planes are falling apart, so the later I can leave here, the better. If not at all, but I just pushed my flight back another month, so now I got to pay for it. So I'll be on YouTube quite a bit. And once Katru watches Poor Things, I think at least 3 of us are going to get together and shoot the shit. So anybody else wants to join that hot take flatbed, then
if I can go in,
absolutely.
If I can get my hands on it, I'll watch it and
you can call my uncle.
Try and join in. What? Call your uncle?
Oh, that's code.
Okay.
My uncle,
good guy.
That's it.
Yeah, Gray knows my uncle.
Film buff.
High seas.
Your Uncle Bob.
Thanks, Galente. We love you. Okay, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Have a nice life.
See you guys next time.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.